We'll wait for all the numbers to come in. And we'll get started pretty soon. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Oh, this is so exciting. I hope everyone's excited. We're just going to wait probably a minute, 2 minutes before we get started. Oh, the chat's going crazy already. Good morning from Perth, same. Oh, that's so exciting. Singapore, Texas, Kalgoorlie, love it. Oh, Western Australia, Colombia, Jersey. There are so many places. This is insane. To the moon. Let's go, guys. All right.
You can keep waiting, Rochelle, for a minute or two. Everyone's streaming in.
Hello from the moon. Same. I'm on the moon. Oh, lockdown Melbourne. We're just going to wait a couple of minutes, guys, for everyone to come in. The stream it keeps going. So 3 a.m. in Israel. Oh my gosh. Melbourne, Northgate. Hope you're all excited. Morning from Perth, Tassie, France. Everyone's asking what NFTs I own. I tried to buy an NFT this morning and they sold out in 30 seconds. I wasn't trying to get a meta key, no. Cryptodes. Oh, this is so crazy, guys. We've still got people coming in. All right, I'll give it probably 2 more minutes and then we'll get started, guys. All right, the stream. It's Adriana. Okay, if everyone wants me to start, I'll get started. That is all good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rochelle Cox. I'm one of the co-founders of NFT Fest Australia. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and their connections to land, sea, and community. We pay our respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. I do have a few housekeeping items to get through, so please bear with me. First things first, the number one question is yes, this entire webinar will be recorded and will be available after the event. If you head to nftfest.com.au in the coming week, it'll all be available on there for you. Questions today through all the panels are more than welcome. You can add them in the chat box today, or you can use our hashtag NFTFestOz on Twitter. We'll be on the channels all day today chatting to you guys, so please feel free to reach out and we'll do our best to answer them. We do ask that you be respectful throughout the webinar today as well. This is an open and inclusive event and we won't tolerate any rude behaviour. We do also want you guys to have fun. This is not a formal event. This isn't a massive production. This is just about community getting together, getting to know each other, and I highly encourage networking with everyone as well. We do have a lot of subject matter to get through today as well, so there will be a hard cut time with the panels. Myself and my co-founder, Greg Oakford, will be enforcing a hard stop time. So chats can continue on Twitter or in the chat as well. We highly encourage all of this for you guys too. We do have a few giveaways today. The first one being painting number 6 from Seducer's Nightmare collection titled Confusion. To win Seducer's painting today, any questions submitted in the Zoom chat will go in the draw to win. Myself and Greg will decide who had the best comment and we'll be in touch via email or through Twitter as well. We then have Abby Abstract's artwork titled Chase. She said that this is all about how we're living in a rat race before COVID, and she made it in her first lockdown. Before everyone was running around trying to constantly keep up, then everything just abruptly stopped. To win Abby's painting, which is worth 0.4 of an ETH, which is around 2,000 Australian dollars, you can use the hashtag NFTFestOz on Twitter, and every tweet will go in the draw to win, and the winner will be picked at random. Feel free to give Abby and Seduce a follow. We'll pop their Twitter accounts in the Zoom chat today as well. And we also have, all attendees will have the opportunity to receive an NFT from Animoca Brands. It's going to be a Rev Racing car NFT that can be used to play the Rev Racing game on Polygon. If you head to nftfest.com.au/giveaway, you can enter your ETH address and it will be airdropped to you in the coming week. And finally, the last point is I would like to let...
Recording in progress.
I would like everyone to know where you're tuning in from? I would like to know that personally. So pop it in the chat, use the hashtag, get the conversations going. We'll be on the tools all day to chat with you guys. So that's all the housekeeping done. I'm blown away by the response this event has gotten. I personally just want to give a bit of a backstory to how this all came about. I've worked with Steve Vallis, the CEO of Blockchain Australia, for 7.5 years now, and we worked together on Blockchain Week in April at the start of this year.
Just bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to get my settings done really right.
Steve gave
trying to get
me
right.
Probably 3 statements about Greg. The first one being he loves the space, and the second one was he is deep in the weeds and deep in the trenches of NFTs. So if you pair that with Steve, whose head is in the clouds about blockchain, he talks about blockchain 24/7, and if you know Steve personally, you know that's true. And then you've got me. I'm a creative. I have my fingers in a lot of different creative pies. I like to do all sorts of things, and I also like to connect with people and create communities. One of the things I've told Steve once upon a time was one of my favorite things to do is make friends. So that's what I'm all about. And I wanted to talk about how these 3 personalities got together to create this event for everyone today. It started out as a nothing idea. We were in a WeWork boardroom with 4 whiteboards and said, why don't we run a little NFT event? It can be 4 hours, we can stream it. Hopefully we can do it in real life, COVID pending. That obviously didn't happen. And that happened over a month ago. And now we're here at this not so little event. We have speakers from around the world, attendees clearly from all around the world, and subject matter covered from just about everywhere. We have lawyers, artists, builders, innovators, developers, investors, attendees who have probably still been here since the Crypto Kitties, and attendees who don't even know what NFT stands for, but they're still here and they're willing to learn. We're early, we're so early to the table. We've got the conversation happening, we're planting the seeds. We've just got to get everyone to come with us. There's industries, there's organizations out there that don't understand how this works and how owning a JPEG on the internet has become such a hot talking point in the last year, especially. But for me, if this technology was around when I was 14, I would have been using my Red Rooster wage to buy Jonas Brothers NFTs, because that would have been the way I could prove that I was the fangirl. The only way anyone would be able to know that I was the fangirl was if they stepped foot into my room and there was posters all over the wall, which was a bit insane. But I like to imagine this like we're all at pre-drinks right now and we're just waiting for everyone to show up to the party. So the main takeaways for today is connect with one another, learn as much as you can. This has been such a massive, massive event and a big feat for the last few weeks. I wanted to give a big thank you to Greg, Steve, and Amy Rose for all the help they've put in behind the scenes. It has been bananas, bonkers, exciting. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. And I'm going to pass on to the king of connecting now, Steve Vallis, the CEO of Blockchain Australia.
Thanks, Rochelle. It's a very kind introduction. I'm going to maintain the enthusiasm. Hopefully, I'm enthusiastic generally, but this has been nuts, I've got to say. I'm the CEO of Blockchain Australia. You can Google blockchainaustralia.org. It's not about the Blockchain Australia today. This is about the community that's come together. You know, this response, thousands of people jumping on, literally, in the last few weeks. No budget, no marketing, just people who are willing to commit their time. And that's what I've loved about this conversation. As Rochelle said, we're so early, but the enthusiasm is crazy. What we're enjoying seeing is people are building stuff. You know, too often it is just people talking about the theoretical, but you know, the support here is for people who are building things. Everything should be pushed towards the people who are building things. All the consultants, all the lawyers, the government, but the emphasis should be on the builders. It's extraordinary to see people committing their time and effort to be able to create something new. And you know, it's been an absolute pleasure to be part of that conversation. Greg, Rochelle, and Amy Rose have committed an enormous amount of time here. A little bit crazy when I said to them, how about you don't make money doing this? And they said, we're up for it. And you know, it's great when people are willing to commit that time for the betterment of the broader community. The boring bit, which is not so boring from my perspective, is industry is paying attention here. I mean, I love the fact that there's so much general enthusiasm. I'm encouraging everybody in these rooms to make noise about what it is you're doing, because government's listening, politicians are listening, industry is listening, venture funding is listening, everybody's listening. And if we can push the attention back to the people who are the creatives, the people who are building out this ecosystem, I for one am super excited about where that might take us in the next few years. The other thing I'd like to say is, if you're new, and there are going to be a lot of people who are new here, people always talk about the language and how exclusive it is. This is not exclusive language. This is inclusive. It's being built now by the people who are in this space. And that's, for me, one of the things that people need to recognize. You just need to commit the time to it. I mean, if you hear CryptoPunks, Bored Apes, Layer 1, Layer 2, liquidity pools, interoperability, it doesn't make sense until you get in the weeds. And as Greg will speak to shortly, it's fun in there. Play in the Discords, Google whatever you need to sort of Google. Just take the time, because the position I put in rooms consistently is to people, no one's telling you what to do. All we're saying is, here's an opportunity, or here's something super interesting that we think you should look at. And if you don't look at it, that's okay as well. Just understand that you were here at the beginning and you chose not to be part of it. You won't hear sales pitches today. No one's going to be doing anything other than telling you about what their project is. This is cool people doing cool shit. That's the point of today. No production values, save for the fact that we're just putting people in front of you as best we can. In a difficult year for many, I have to say this has been a little ray of sunshine. The reality here is, if you could feel the energy of these conversations that we have in the rooms that I'm in, then it's an extraordinary thing to be a part of. So from that perspective, enjoy the day, chat away, please tweet, let's break the internet as best we can. And I'm going to hand over to Greg Oakford.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and welcome everybody today to NFT Fest. I want to reiterate just a couple of little housekeeping. If you're on Twitter, you can follow us if you're not already at NFT Fest Oz, and that's Oz spelled AUS. And also to reiterate the Animoca NFT giveaway that Rochelle was talking about before, you can head to nftfest.com.au/giveaway. And go and put your ETH address. If you don't have an ETH address, good news. We're going to show you how to set one up later today on one of our panels. So you will have around about a week to do this. So don't feel like you're going to be missing out. What I'm tasked with today as one of the co-founders of NFT Fest is to really just set the scene for how we are here today with strong enthusiasm and excitement for the space. It really is a buzz to behold at the moment around NFTs. There's going to be lots of people on this call right now that are very, very new to the space, and there's going to be a lot of people that have been building for 4, 5, and 6 years. So that we've got a really diverse base of attendees. But what I want to do is just take a really quick walk down memory lane. So sort of 2015, 2016, 17, we saw the emergence of a number of creators starting to build sort of NFT projects or collections, NFT art that are all underpinned by smart contracts, and particularly on the Ethereum blockchain. Rochelle mentioned CryptoKitties before. Steve just mentioned CryptoPunks before. CryptoPunks particularly has sort of transitioned through to mainstream culture. We've seen Jay-Z recently change his Twitter avatar to a CryptoPunk. CryptoPunks have become the ultimate flex online almost in a 2021 world. So we're seeing now that people are utilizing their NFTs almost as their digital identity. In March this year, we saw a significant sale from the artist Beeple for $69 million USD that really sort of sent shockwaves around the world and captured mainstream media and sort of was part of that water cooler discussion. Why is someone paying $69 million USD for a quote unquote JPEG? So this sort of really started the avalanche of the snowball rolling downhill. Previously to that, we sort of saw NBA Top Shot onboard a lot of people to the NFT space as well. And as sort of a former NBA basketball card collector with Upper Deck, Fleer, Top Deck, etc., in the tops, I should say, back in the day, I was really excited to sort of see what the NBA Top Shot was doing by digitizing their existing IP and making a marketplace for that. Following on from the Beeple sale, though, we sort of saw the emergence of the Bored Ape Yacht Club in late April, early May, Meebits being Lava Lab's third project. And we're going to hear from a guy named Kai Garney later today, who's the founder of the Meebits DAO. So Kai's got plenty in store for you around the metaverse and the Meebits collection. But we also saw Gary Vaynerchuk's VFriends project that sort of onboarded a lot of new people to the space and strategically attached a 3-year in real life conference to that particular token that sort of started to redefine how we think about NFTs as not only being just digital, but it can be actually an access token to exclusive events and getting access to exclusive individuals. From that early sort of May period, we then sort of went into what our American friends called JPEG summer. There was an absolute avalanche of new projects. And some of those new projects we're going to hear from today, like the World of Women. We also have Koala Intelligence Agency coming up on our first panel. We've got Maddie from the MetaKey here today as well. So we're going to see some of those projects. Many won't make it, many will, but it's exciting nonetheless. And right now, as we sit here on September 30th or the 29th, depending on what time zone you're currently in, the momentum has never been stronger for NFTs. But ultimately, NFTs aren't just about the projects that I'm talking about. Your future marriage certificate is probably going to be an NFT. Your insurance policy is probably going to be an NFT. Whether that's in the next 12 months or the next 5 or 10 years, I don't have the answer to that question, but other panelists today may. Now, as I've set the scene, I want to talk about some of the common misperceptions and myths of NFTs. And we've heard one from Rochelle already. It's just a JPEG. Why would I pay for something? Even Joe Rogan, the famous podcaster, said this a couple of days ago. Not going to make it, Joe. I can just right click and save the image or save on my camera roll, and I own the exact same thing as you do that paid a couple of $1,000s. As I was talking about before, what NFTs do is give you access underneath via the smart contract. So if you're not familiar with smart contracts, you're going to hear a little bit more about that today throughout the day as well. But ultimately, NFTs are verifiable. They are digital assets that you own, and they are backed by blockchain technology. So yes, the analogy that's often used is there's one true Mona Lisa painting in the world, but lots and lots of people around the world can have copies of it. But there's really only one true owner. And that's what NFTs are doing. It's proving internet ownership, and it's making the internet scarce again. I think most of the people on the call have grown up in a world where the internet is abundant, and you can just copy and paste your way through, rip this, download that. We are seeing a paradigm shift now, and it's very, very exciting. So the second myth I want to talk about, as I just take a breath, it has no value. So I want to talk about Pokemon cards and NBA collectible cards, physical cards that I used to collect as a kid. Ultimately, some are worth millions of dollars, some are worth $10, but they're still printed on the same piece of cardboard. So the value is subjective to the person that will pay for it. And that's what we're seeing with NFTs too. There's sort of artwork, and there's images, and there's all kinds of digital art that some is a little bit more rarer than others, and the price is according. So to say it has no value is a myth. The third myth I want to talk to is, why would someone pay good money for something that you can't physically touch? And I think this one's an important one, especially when we sort of rewind the last 18 months during COVID. COVID has accelerated all of our digital lives. I would make a case that we were all already living a pretty digital first life even before COVID, but COVID really has put it into fifth gear. A great example is this conference here today. We've got thousands upon thousands of registrations and speakers from all around the world over 9 hours, and we're all sitting in a room or our living room in our respective homes. But what I want to talk about around digital goods and having sort of digital, what we call flexes, is there is no doubt that people are already spending more money on their digital self than their physical self. Now, whether you think that's right or wrong, it is the reality that we're living in. And I don't see that trend slowing down anytime soon. And if you think about it rationally, if I have a painting in my house, at the moment, I really can't have anyone in my house at Melbourne. But even if I could, if I have maybe 10 people over, that's 10 people that saw my painting. If I change my Twitter or Discord profile picture to an NFT I have, that's thousands upon thousands of eyeballs. And then we talk about something later today called the metaverse, where you're going to hear, people like DCL Blogger and Kai Gani talking about the metaverse and who your avatar is, who your digital identity is in those metaverses. So people are paying premium prices to have a digital identity that is reflective of who they want to be online. The fourth myth I want to talk about is it's just a fad. And I think this one's a pretty easy one to squash. If we think about Web 1.0 with the introduction of websites and e-commerce in sort of the late or mid to late 90s, and then social media, the rise of Web 2.0, which is still very relevant today, sort of that 2005, 6, 7 period, the same headlines that are being thrown at NFT and Web3 right now of it's just a fad, it won't last, were the same headlines we saw in Web 1 and Web 2. And so when you think about it that way, Web3 and NFTs are here to stay. Yes, it's not always going to be smooth sailing and there will be bumps in the road. But we, as Steve and Rochelle have touched on, we're very early. I'm very excited that you're all on this call to learn with us today, because this is all about accelerating your learning curve into the Web3 ecosystem. So before I wrap up, I've touched on the myths. I want to tell you some of the magic. And this is certainly not an extensive list because there's plenty of magic and you're going to hear a lot more magic today. But the first piece of magic I want to talk on is monetizing internet culture. And we're going to have a whole panel on this afternoon. We are seeing internet memes that we're accustomed to over the last couple of years selling for 5, 6, 7 figures as NFTs. And ultimately what NFTs is doing is it's bridging culture and finance. We are seeing an intersection of culture and finance playing right out in front of our eyes as we sit here in September 2021. The second piece of magic I want to touch on is the concept of you own it in one place and you own it everywhere. So I touched briefly before on the metaverse. So ultimately, we're going to hear also around some blockchain gaming and sort of what we're calling play to earn models. And you're going to hear some fantastic speakers from a wide range of companies and builders later today around this play to earn model with blockchain gaming. And ultimately, when I grew up and playing different video games, you couldn't take your digital assets outside of that game. And for those that are familiar with Fortnite or Roblox, or you've got kids that play that and use your credit card to sort of upgrade their digital assets within those games, that's great. And they can do that within the 4 walls of those games, but they can't take those digital assets outside of the 4 walls. With blockchain gaming and play to earn, you can actually trade your assets and you own those assets. So they become actually a valuable investment for you. So it's fascinating, again, how the pendulum is swinging back to the end collector, the people like you and I. The second last piece of magic, the third one, I want to talk about just how much NFTs reduce friction. So even I have friends that sort of trade Pokemon cards and basketball cards and all kinds of things. And if you're doing that, via meeting people in real life or sending them in the post, utilizing eBay and sort of websites like that, there is a large amount of friction. With the smart contracts and NFT trading, you can be trading with someone for big money. You don't even know what they look like, who they are, but you can feel comfortable that trade is going to be executed on the blockchain and it's going to happen instantaneously. So the friction has really been reduced with NFTs and it's just a lot of fun. So if you haven't kicked the tires on NFTs yet, I would highly encourage you to do so, especially over the next week, because you're going to learn a lot today. So make sure you capitalize on that learning. The last thing I'm going to touch on, the fourth myth, and sorry, I should say the fourth piece of magic, and arguably my favorite. It's we are seeing the emergence
the Omi token is going to
brands
explode
trying
when
to
DVV
build
comes on.
from the ground up,
talks about
utilizing an NFT.
About the VVM.
So we've heard about the
Maybe hopefully he talks about the token.
Steve
throws it out there to connect
and
it
we've
to
also
the
seen the
VVM.
Cool Cats NFT project
Hopefully we get
and Gary V's V-Friends.
Especially when people start doing a little bit more.
V-Friends has a lofty ambition, essentially, of being a new Disney. Now, whether that makes it or not, that is Gary's ambition, is to make a new Disney born about from NFTs. And Bored Apes and Cool Cats are on the same path. So it's flipping the traditional model that we've seen over the last few decades where IP brands may start as movies or comics or TV shows, and they trickle down sort of merchandise and things like that. We are now seeing Bored Ape Yacht Club, etc., give IP rights to make derivatives and help build the brand from the ground up and develop out a real solid ecosystem, which in then turn increases the value of those early adopters to the tokens. So I think it's a fascinating space to look at. We really are only scratching the surface. You're going to hear from a number of lawyers today as well that have some thoughts around sort of the IP implications of doing that. So that's it from me. I will be back at 1 o'clock today on the sports panel with representatives of the NBL basketball, Melbourne Victory, and also Hannah Glass, one of
I
the
live in
lawyers.
Texas, so for me it's 7:28
for now, I
at
have
night
the privilege of actually
on a
handing
Wednesday.
you over to our first panel of the day, moderated by the original NFT archaeologist himself, Adam McBride, who has been unearthing personally a number of those projects I spoke about at the start of my talk, from the early days building on Ethereum blockchain. Seb Brocha from CryptoVerse, just an incredible NFT collection that visualizes the history of the Ethereum blockchain through generative art, a 2018 project. Can't wait to hear from Seb. Abby Abstract, a phenomenal NFT artist with an amazing story to tell, and Lakos, the co-founder of the Koala Intelligence Agency. So without further ado, thanks for being here. Adam, I'm going to hand it over to you. Thanks very much.
A lot of interesting conversations going on over here on the side about how the Emoji Movie and the Lego Movie, which of course aren't NFTs, but you can see exactly where this can go. So you got a lot of
recording stopped.
A lot of talk over here, what it could be, what it could be in the future.
Cameras working and microphones working, and we can get started with them. If you guys don't know about me, I'm what I call an NFT archaeologist. I discover old projects, look for old projects, and then try and relaunch them. So that's what I've been doing for the last 6 months or so. Part of that is talking with people like Seb and CryptoVerse. I certainly didn't discover that, but I did have Seb on my podcast and talk about it and get it out to a wider audience, which I like doing and like telling stories like that. So, Seb, are you there? I can't see everybody. If do you guys have your cameras up and your?
Yeah. Hey, Adam. Should we start our cameras as well?
Yeah, go ahead and start your camera. Abby, if you're there, go ahead and start your camera and your microphone. There's Seb, my man. What's up, brother?
Hey.
There's Abby.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah.
Lakos, how you doing?
Joined,
hey,
Adam.
Abby, how you doing?
Good, yourself?
Doing great. Everybody, thanks so much for joining me. And so I just met Abby and Lakos off in our own personal waiting room, and it's really nice to meet them. Why don't I give each one of you 30 seconds or so just to tell everybody kind of what you are and what you're working on right now. So Seb, why don't you start us off?
Plug-in for the VV.
Sure. Thank you, Adam. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Really excited for the panel. My name is Sebastian Brocher. I'm originally from Argentina. I'm a computer engineer by training, entrepreneur by heart, and artist by soul. That's I like to summarize it. Built CryptoVerse back in 2018, like Adam was saying, and it's been quite the amazing journey since then on NFTs. So glad to be here. Excited for the chat.
Awesome, and you guys can see Seb's art behind him. Those are CryptoVerse. You can get those printed, and I'm sure we got links and everything where you guys can check out CryptoVerse. It's one of my favorite NFT projects. Abby, I checked out your work earlier today. It's amazing and beautiful. You want us to tell us a little bit about yourself for a second, Abby?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I'm a British artist. I make abstract works, as you can see, and I've started making NFTs with them in January. So still relatively new, but we're getting there.
No, you're OG, Abby. You're OG crypto, man. If you were in since January, you're definitely OG. And Abby gets super shout out because she's up at like 2 a.m. in the UK. So big shout out to Abby. Lakos, man, how you doing, brother?
Good, yourself?
Great. You want to tell the people a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm one of the co-founders for the Koala Intelligence Agency project. It's one of the 10K avatar projects in the space right now. I've been in NFTs for about a year. Came over here from looking for the technology, which I found quite interesting. My background's in marketing and digital and strategic development. So I started into the whole NFT art and just kept going with the tech. And now I ended up building a huge community with the KIA.
Why don't we start with you then? Because this is interesting and I think it's cool. A lot of people talk about community and community building. And when we think about it, most of us, we think about 10K projects, right? So I'd like to start with you first because you've actually done it. And then work our way down to Abby, who deals with like personal collectors and stuff like that. So I think it'd be interesting to hear kind of the scope of that. Can you walk us a little bit through your vision of community building and what it means to you?
For sure. So for us with the 10K projects, obviously you're looking at a much larger audience. And really the way we wanted to build it, it was focus on community and create something that people want to be a part of. Um, So our approach was organic. We've been in the space for a while. We wanted to connect with various different people from the crypto space, from the art space, and the profile or the community aspect of these 10K projects. And we really started just creating a super fun Discord for people that just want to hang out there. We have a great team that's been helping us create all sorts of engaging activities for our community. We have weekly events, spaces on Twitter, game nights, streaming, whatnot. And for us, it's really what can we do to create something that's interesting that people want to be a part of.
Mm-hmm.
So for the project, it's always community first based on what we're building.
Yeah, I think a lot of 10K projects that I've seen, either after it kind of launches and drops and everything, the Discord kind of dies off. In your view, do you feel like it's on the 10K project to basically, pay staff to actually run those Discords and help out, or what's your view on that?
I think it depends on the actual goals of the project. For us, like we do want to become quite a large project, one that's around for years to come. So
Mm-hmm.
we do want to scale it out and we want to have the right people. So obviously for us, compensation, not only monetary, but we're really treating our team well because they're putting in a lot of time. I think our
Yeah.
Discord, it's close to about 30,000 community members.
Wow. Wow.
So we do need a full team to manage the day-to-day, getting support and just continuously building new, cool, and engaging kind of gadgets within the Discord. So yeah, I think
That's
if you
amazing.
want to be serious about building a community, you do need a pretty large team to manage it.
That's amazing. 30,000 is crazy. Seb's going wow. I'm going wow too. Like that's amazing, dude. And I like what I like about that is, and what I think certain PvP or avatar projects, if you can create kind of emotional experiences for people where they have that an emotional experience tied to their avatar, um, it can be powerful. Seb, what's your experience? Well, walk us a little bit, Seb, because you kind of grew your community over like years. Can you walk us through a little bit of that? Give people the rundown, just the overview of how that happened, and then it was like slowly, slowly, fastly. If you want to explain that a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So um, ours is today, I think about 4,000, so quite smaller than Lucas, but back in 2018, I think it was probably 20, right? So definitely that same kind of organic approach that Lucas was mentioning. There's a lot of projects where you can feel like a lot of kind of the kind of more of like inorganic marketing, let's call it, right? Like and I'm not saying that's wrong or right. And like every project I think has its own personality and goals, and I think you need to align with those. And I think building those communities, it's super important, right? Like I think a lot of it, the way I think about it is that, you know, NFTs are all about decentralization, right? So the decentralization is making it possible for like the creator to connect directly with their collectors, right, with their fan base, and that's just amazing, right? That's what I love about this community, is the fact that you can, you know, be in constant connection and you know, with your collector base and your fans, and that enables a different type of connection, right? It's different than, you know, if like say like an author goes and then says like, okay, I'm gonna go to this bookstore and sign books for my fans, right? Like, well, you connect with them maybe, you know, once every couple of weeks, right? But
Right.
this Discord, this communities are like 24/7, right? And that's
Right.
amazing, right? Like, and they just keep growing, and like if you put in the effort and the heart into them, which I try to do as much as possible. I don't have a formal team like Legos does, but I do have moderators. I think we're 7 or 8. They're mostly just friends of the projects and folks that have been like super helpful to the project, and that share the same kind of the right alignment in terms of vision and values, and you know, they help me like just organically moderating maybe for now. I probably need a team eventually as it keeps growing, right? But again, as a creator, what I find fascinating is that ability to interact with your audience, you know, right there, right then, and we try to, you know, give back to them as much as possible, and you know, think about collectors, really taking them into account as you know, we do create new projects or create new work, right?
Yeah.
To interact with them daily, and you know, all the tools that we have today, they're amazing. There's a parallelism in entrepreneurship, you know, the lean startup method, where you say like there's this cycle of build, measure, learn, right? Like, so in the tech startup world, you like go build something, you try to be as small as possible so you can ship it, and then you can learn from it, right? You can measure things, you can learn from it, and then go build the next feature, right? It's as opposite to kind of more traditional thing where you like, you know, build a project plan for 3 years and then build something on the vacuum, and then it may work or not, right? And then if it didn't, then you wasted 3 years of effort, right? Like, right? There's the same parallelism that's here enabling creators to collaborate and co-create in real time, and I think that's what excites me the most about these communities.
Yep. I think NFTs provide a really unique opportunity for creators and artists to create that bridge or that link between them and their fans. And Abby, I'd love to know, coming from a artist perspective, because these are what Seb and Lacos are really, these are large projects, right? 10,000 drops. Seb's is, I don't know, 80. Remind me, Seb, it's like 8,000 basically, right?
It's 9,895.
Yeah, it's a great number, right? But Abby, I'd really love to hear your views on creating basically collectors or benefactors. However you look at it, I'd love to know your kind of view of it, about how you do that as an individual artist.
So being an individual artist, I think it's really important to make the one-of-ones, and having your editions, you treat that as like your prints. And for collectors early on, I was offering, this was really early on when everyone was like really digital, I was offering physical work with the digital work. That didn't go down too well. But now
tell me why it didn't go down too well. Tell me about that.
Everyone was very digital. So like you'll come into a Clubhouse space, and obviously because everyone was in lockdown as well, everyone was on Clubhouse, and everyone just wanted a digital thing because of obviously the boom and everything like that. So I was like, okay, I'll hold back. But then I started making a collector's token. So whoever bought my first series on Rarible, when that sold out, I sent collector's tokens to everyone, which was a special art piece. So I think you can do it differently. Obviously, I don't have a Discord, but I do have a Twitter group, and my main aim of building a community is getting artists on board, because it's quite nerve-wracking to be like, I want to do this, but how do I get a wallet? How do I do all the other stuff? And how do I even price my work? And how do I get collectors coming back. So I think it's that relationship that I'm more focused on.
So you felt you've actually built relationships with fellow artists, and you found that that was a way to basically reach a larger community?
Most definitely, like holding spaces and like sharing your knowledge, because when I came on, it was completely different and things move so quickly that you basically learning as you go and new platforms come up. But you need to gauge on what actually fits for you and what fits for your art type, not just joining every platform you can. That does help,
Sure.
if you have lots of work like I do. But if you don't, then I think people should focus on what they want to do and like the bigger picture, not just mint every artwork they have as well.
Yeah. I liked your idea of rewarding existing holders. Do you have like any sort of strategy around that, or you just kind of like you just be like, you know what, today's the day where I'm going to just drop some
Yeah, they
NFTs
don't know. I'll just send them a DM or whatever. I'm like, hey, I've finally sold out or whatever. And then I'm like, go check your wallet, or is it okay? Obviously, if I haven't spoken to them in a while, just to
Yep.
double check. Because I don't want them just checking their wallet and be like, what on earth is it? Yeah.
That's so cool. And excuse me, I mean, that's what I've advised when people have, I've advised lots of individual artists, and I typically tell them, try and make your stuff as close to free as possible at the beginning, because you want people to actually have your stuff and feel like they got something that they're immediately, it's more valuable than what they got it for. So pricing it very low at the beginning. Did you have a similar experience, or were people, were people buying your stuff for what you were asking at the beginning, or what was your, because a lot of artists have approached me with this. Do you have a strategy now? I'm sure it's different than January, of
Yeah,
like, if a new artist
definitely.
is coming, tell me what you advise them to do.
So coming in now, definitely start small.
Yep.
I would even try hen as well for
Mm-hmm.
editions if you can, but keep your editions small as well, because you
Yep.
don't want to mint, say like 20 of something. It can work, but I would think having your small base of people knowing, okay, but there's only 5 of these artworks,
Right.
then they're out there and things like that. And also keeping, if you are on different platforms, keeping the projects different. I think that helps. So if you have a
Yep.
set collection on one, you know the collectors can go to that platform, see all the work they like and collect from there. Because everyone likes different stuff as well. And artists like to change their minds a lot.
No, I love that. I love that advice. I think it's solid. And tell me, Seb, what you think about the idea of rewarding existing holders of your projects. What's your viewpoint on it? Because it's different for obviously an individual artist, where I think it can be, I think it's truly the way to build like lifelong fans for an artist. So I think it's really, really important from an artist perspective. From a larger project's perspective, what's your viewpoint on it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I borrow from the traditional artist mentality, where like, to like a famous painter, maybe, at once probably gave a painting for a coffee, right? Before he was
Right.
famous, right?
Yeah.
And so traditionally, I think like the way most artists have built value for their collector base is just to continue to produce work and to continue to get better and better and better. And the more you do, the better you get, right? And also to continue to explore different creative avenues, different media, different ideas, different themes, get inspired by different things. So like a little bit of what I would say is like, hey, we'd like to change our mind. Well, that's part of like, being playful, also like keeping it varied, right? So I'm digressing a little bit here, but I kind of take inspiration from there, and then I think like, how do you apply that to the NFT tech, right? Because NFT tech obviously enables new ways to reward your collectors that couldn't be done so easily before, right? So I try to find that intersection where like I get the inspiration from the traditional artist perspective, right, on how most artists would build value over time for their collectors, and try to marry that together with with the tech that we have available, right? So like for me, I already shared this with my fan base many times, but for me, I have CryptoArt the early collectors, which they have already received a gift that was back in March, right? There's like about 300 or so, 350, let's say, right? Then I have the whole CryptoArt the holder community, right? It's about I think right now it's about probably 3,300 people.
I just finished signing up for that
there's
free
collectors that hold
NFT
time
giveaway they're doing, so hopefully I get it.
right? So there's those 3 tiers, and those 3 tiers will each get different rewards in my next project that I've been working on for a while. So it is something that I really built into my next project, where like different collectors and different tiers will get different rewards, right? And if you look at like Bored Apes and like how they've done, the dog basically free mint, and then the mutant with the serums and all of that. I think they are an excellent project that we can all learn and borrow from, right? So I get inspiration from those type mechanics. So you have the idea of like free means. You can also play around with the idea of discounted means. You can play the idea with airdrops, which is kind of like what Avi was mentioning of like, hey, I'll just send them new work. You can play with the idea of tokens, where like you can issue a token and reward them, or you can also play with the idea of DAOs, right? Like, so from the technology perspective, there's a lot of exciting different ways that you could go at it. I tried to kind of find the right sweet spot for what I felt like aligns with the values of my project, and that's within giving unique perks and experiences and trying to create something that's more unique, right? For the different type of holders and rewarding them that way. But also, there's simpler methods, right? Like just being present on Discord, right? Like I try to be there every day, and whenever I can, I answer everyone's questions. I give support.
I can tell you he is there every day, more or less. But building that community of people in the Discord, and Seb has a great core group of people in there who are big believers in CryptoArte and support. And so anytime you do go in there, there's guaranteed to be people who are passionate about the project. And Lacos, man, when you've already told us a little bit about like what you guys do on a daily basis to kind of engage your community. Are there things you as a team? I'm trying to think for like a larger team here. Do you guys actually like roadmap, hey, we're going to do a surprise here or a drop there? How do you guys think about it, like long term?
Yeah, and it's actually the timing is quite funny in that earlier in the week we actually released our new roadmap, and yeah, there's some kind of big ticket items that were listed there, because I know the community's been asking for them, and that's kind of like what we're working on. That's going to take a little bit longer, but there's also those surprises that we just don't want to ruin for the community. So we do have kind of like the public roadmap, but then also the private roadmap that involves a lot more detail and a lot more initiatives that no one really knows about. Because at the end of the day, too, there's a little bit of game theory involved, and you want to create value, but you don't want to really just show all your cards, because some of these executions might take months and months, and with how quickly the space moves, is that if you kind of give a little too much early in the game, someone could easily beat you to the punch. So it is a balance, and it's hard not to kind of spill everything out at first, and yeah, we just have to keep some things kind of a little tight
to the vest. It's interesting. It's this idea of like, and maybe Abby can give a better example than me, but the idea of almost surprise and delight. And so it's like, when somebody doesn't expect it coming and then it shows up, it just creates like kind of what I touched on before, this emotional connection, whether it's a koala, a CryptoArte, or one of Abby's pieces. It's this kind of emotional experience. Abby, do you how do you look at that from your collector's perspective? Do you like, you're the artist, so are you trying to create those emotional experiences when you're doing a drop to them for free, or what's your vision of that for your collectors?
So they don't know anything. Like they literally do not know anything. And to the point where I do not tell anyone. I think you should move in silence sometimes. I think that's good. And also, if a good thing is if you find out that it's your collector's birthday and you're gonna do the token or the free art piece, maybe send them a thing like happy birthday or something like this. That's what I've done before as well. And they've
Yeah.
woken up to it and they're like, oh, hey, like, what's this? But
Yeah.
yeah, the element of surprise is very good. Also, I'll like show like little snippets of the work in progress, but not actually show the full thing. And then they're like, oh, I've seen it in stages now, but I didn't know that was going to turn out like that. I think that's very good to keep people on your journey as well.
You guys are catching some serious alpha here today. I mean, if any of you are doing, I mean, I'm just like taking notes because this is like.
Yeah, he did that with one of the songs. I forgot who bought it though. That track.
Three people.
He made a track, put Eminem in it, as featured or something like that, and he got up some pretty good views. You should look it up on YouTube. It's on there.
Special. I know. I don't know how much longer we have. Do we have all the way to the top of the hour? I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure how they're going to like cut us off here. Greg,
5 more minutes, Adam. 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. It's like. It's funny because I just don't know like the time frames, but that's awesome. Yeah, like the communities and apes and all this sort of stuff, and just the way it works is so interesting and different from a individual collector's perspective in the 10K. But I do look at it from a bridge perspective of NFTs, or a bridge to fans and community. And so I'm glad I got to talk to you guys about it. Seb, why don't you lead us off if you have some final words for everybody here, maybe where they can connect with you and find you. Actually, I'll get in the chat here and maybe put in some links for you guys right now.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you, Adam, and thank you for being an awesome moderator for the panel and for all the work that you do for the space. It's incredible how many creators and projects you worked with and helped in the past couple of months, right? So thank you for that. And yeah, so everyone can find my work. The project's website is cryptoarte.io. So that's crypto and art with an E at the end for the Spanish mixed in. So cryptoarte.io, and I'm also cryptoarte on Twitter. And you can find the link to our Discord channel on the website as well. There's a little icon on the footer, so you can, from our website, you can join the Discord as well.
And I'm popping your links, at least the Twitter links, in there. Abby, can you tell us a little bit about what you have next for projects going on?
Oh, I have many projects. I've just released Destroyed Backgrounds, so you can check that out. They're quite reasonably priced. They're an offset of my destroyed paintings. So everyone who bought a painting, their painting is now destroyed and it only lives on the blockchain. And I had something drop on FND and also a collab project with 22 artists doing a mirror artwork on OpenSea as well. So there's a lot to check out of me. I'm bloody everywhere.
Amazing. And it's so interesting. I interviewed this guy Harm, who's quite a famous artist who was basically minting art on Bitcoin, the Bitcoin blockchain, back in 2015. And he said back then he couldn't give away the tokens. Nobody wanted the tokens. Everybody wanted the physical piece. And it's so interesting how that's completely flipped in the last few years. And I think that's amazing. Lacos, man, do you want to have some final words about what you got going on and what's happening with the koalas over the next few months?
Yeah, so for the koalas, we're delivering a lot of new things. We're getting into the metaverse and some, like I said, some big ticket items. But really what I wanted to close off is the idea of community, and beyond just the koala community or the 3 communities that we've talked tonight. But really it's the NFT as a whole. I think Abby mentioned that when you first joined, or she's talking to new artists, it's a bit of a scary environment for people that don't know anything about crypto. So I would say as a community as a whole, we need to help each other out to really onboard the masses into the community, help them understand. We're creating the Koala Academy, which is going to be a free source of information, everything crypto and NFTs for anyone to come. And I'm always happy to answer any questions for anyone about the space. So I think just in general, for me, that is a community, right? Like NFTs, crypto, art, you name it. We're a very small group of people when you actually look at the grand scheme of things. So I think we really need to stick together and help each other out.
And I love that. I mean, if you're like me, you've probably got 10 calls in the last 3 weeks asking you how to get a MetaMask and how to get Ethereum and what is Ethereum. So I think you have a big road ahead of you, man, doing that, because it is like there is such a need. It's incredible. And I put that out there to everybody who thinks maybe you're too late to the space. Understand that maybe 100,000 people in the world have an NFT right now, maybe. So we are all very, very early. I would put that out to everybody and understand that we are really the pioneers in the NFT space. And so I encourage everybody out there who's thinking about, well, what should I do? Should I just buy and sell NFTs? Well, you can do that. And that's cool. But you could also build something in the NFT space. You can be an artist in the NFT space. You can be a developer. You can do podcasts like I do. And we have the amazing and magical opportunity to build this space together. And I think what was just said is that we are all building this together. And I think that's really, really special. So.
Thanks so much, Adam. Thank you, Seb. Thank you, Abby, and thank you, Lakos. I'm now going to hand it over to Steve Vallis, and again, follow the guys on the panel on Twitter. Steve, over to you for our next session.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone. Have a good night.
Thanks everybody for that session.
Thank
Amazing.
you. Bye-bye.
That's what we're talking about. Get in the weeds. Download these things. Have a look at what people are doing. Educate yourself as much as you possibly can. The next session is an important one for us. Senator Bragg, who will speak next, is a supporter of this industry. I have to say there have been very few politicians who've been willing to talk about this. It's a credit to him that he's been brave enough to do it. And I think the reality here is that conversation should be supported. He's also, I think, the only politician I know in Australia who has a TikTok. And he was tweeting, he was sending out TikToks about this event as well. It's easy for people to sit in rooms and complain about what others are doing. Very hard for people to stand up when they're outliers in these conversations and say, let's give these things some consideration. Senator Bragg, Senator for New South Wales, also the chair of a committee that's looking at probably the most important conversation for us as an ecosystem in Australia, which is the regulation and a regulatory framework that gives innovative businesses, people who are looking to build things, some certainty that Australia is a great place to start a business, to run a business, and to export from. I appreciate the fact that he's made the time available this morning. The Senator will speak for a few minutes and then we'll jump onto a panel. But Senator Bragg, welcome and thank you for your time.
Well, Steve, good morning to you and good morning to everyone at the NFT Fest. It's great to be with you, and I'll start by acknowledging the traditional owners. Can I just start by also saying that I know that people think that there's some sort of Canberra bubble. Now, that is absolutely true, regrettably, and one of the consequences of that is that we are a long way away from the market. Now, that is a general problem for government. But in the space that you're in the blockchain space, we are a really long way away from the market. And so for us to get as close to the market as we need to be, given how important these issues are now to our democracy and our society and our economy, we have to do a lot of listening. And what I've tried to do over the past 6 months is been to use my ears and my mouth proportionately. Of course, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for those that are wondering about that. And so there's been an enormous amount of effort that's come from the blockchain space. And I really wanted to thank you, Steve Vallis, for your leadership and all the work that you do at blockchain. So, look, I think it was only about 6 weeks ago that Ted Cruz in the US Senate said that there was literally only a handful of US politicians who knew anything about cryptocurrency and digital assets. And I'd say the same is true in Australia. There may be actually fewer, And so what we've tried to do over the course of this inquiry has been to educate ourselves. And so when I last spoke to Blockchain Australia, that was back in April, I promised that I would come back to you by the end of the process with a plan. Now, we've conducted 3 public hearings. We've had more than 100 submissions, some of which have been very entertaining. You know, I've very much enjoyed getting away from some of the boring rubbish we have to deal with in Canberra. And I've been very excited by the content. So really, there's 4 things that we'll be doing with this final part of the review. So the review is due to conclude in about 3 weeks from now. And the promise that I made you, I will keep. We will give you a plan. And that plan will be designed to put Australia at the front end of the digital asset society in the world. It will be governed by 2 competing principles, perhaps. One principle being that we want to ensure that Australians are protected. And secondly, that we want to drive more investment into Australia. Now, those 2 could be competitive or they could be complementary. We want to try and make them as complementary as possible. Now, for those of you that say we don't want to have regulation, I would remind you that your industry reps and the vast bulk of the industry is asking for some regulation. So there will be some regulation. But I'm very conscious of this point that you're making to me, that we don't want to destroy the innovation with regulation, because, of course, that would suit the incumbent vested interests, which want to see your sector destroyed by regulation that was designed for a whole different purpose. So this is a very important point I'm trying to make to you, hopefully articulately, that there will be some regulation, but I'm very conscious that we don't want to ruin innovation as part of that new process. I also wanted to reinforce a point I've made in the past, that we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. I mean, a lot of these issues can be resolved through licensing and regulation through the Treasury portfolio without using the existing licenses which exist today. So, for example, we could have some more provisions in place for digital currency exchanges. We could have some rules in place for custody, but we don't need to use the licenses which exist for the ASX. And we don't need to use the exact rules which apply to custody services in the non-digital world. Finally, I want to reinforce another important point for those of you that have the displeasure of knowing me, is that I don't like to squib it. I like to land judgments. I like to take risks. And I think that you deserve more than just a series of recommendations for new inquiries, task forces, and further reviews. So we will be making some hard recommendations. I welcome your feedback on those hard recommendations. We will want the major parties, including my party, to adopt these policies as part of their election manifestos. And so when you see the final recommendations, and I'll be looking to make fewer rather than more, because I think we want to have some really hard-hitting recommendations in a few weeks. We want your initial feedback, but we won't be recommending a dozen new inquiries and task forces. We'll be making some hard recommendations. There are some areas where, frankly, I have felt that it will be beyond the scope of the Senate to resolve all the detail. And so there will be some areas where we do need to do some more investigation, and we'll be seeking your support for that. Now, finally, before I hand over my 5-minute slot, and I'm reminded of that quote, beware the person that says they won't speak for long. I do want to, I think, refer to what is a very important topic coming up over the next month, which is Australia's commitment that we will take to the Glasgow Climate Conference. Now, I know that there are mixed views about the impact of digital assets on the environment and the amount of electricity that can be used. I just put the simple fact that we are trying to get to net zero. We want to get there as soon as we can. I personally think it's highly and strongly in our economic interests to transition to a net zero economy. And in the area of digital assets using a lot of electricity, we want that to happen on a renewable basis, because we are a renewable energy superpower, and we also want to be strong on digital assets. So I think it's a unique opportunity for the industry to pull those two things together and to deliver ultimately, a stronger digital asset sector, but one that is powered with renewable energy. We don't want to burn up the grid, and we don't want to burn up fossil fuels for any purpose, frankly. And so that's where Australia needs to go. So once again, thanks a lot for having me. And I'm very happy to take any questions that you would like me to address in the fullness of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And I can affirm, yes, you don't like squibbing it. That's absolutely right. And I've said to people often, standing in the middle of the road is a lovely place to be, but you don't get anywhere. So we're just happy to see movement and have a conversation. I think that is a public and fulsome one. So thanks for that time. I'm going to have you, if you still can, sit on this next panel, Senator, and offer some feedback in the next few minutes. I've sort of a varied panel of participants here. Steve Sammartino, futurist and TV presenter, always ready with an opinion about things. Susan Cobsero, who was at Austrade, is now working as part of the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force, an important piece of work in terms of encouraging talent into this country. And Natasha Bleicher, Head of Digital Law for Herbert Smith Freehills, as smart a person in the space as you will ever meet. I'd ask you all to switch your cameras on and unmute yourselves. And the aim here is just to have a frank conversation in the next few minutes about where we sit here, because the reality of the rooms that I'm in consistently is that there are two narratives. The one that is the public one, we talk about we're ready, we're willing, we're able to go. And then there's the closed door version which says we're not ready, we're not willing, and we don't know whether we can go. So, for us, the consistency here is having a conversation honestly about where we're sort of at. And on that basis, Samar, I know that you're never shy of an opinion. So, you've got some views on this. You're a raving capitalist, but you also have a sense that regulation has to fit right. So, what's the view, Samar? How does this work?
The regulation side is really important. I've just been watching the comments, and I'm thrilled to see that so many people are saying we need regulation because that facilitates innovation. Without going on too long, we swim in the benefits of regulation in our capitalist society. The water that we drank this morning when we made our coffee, the electricity that we didn't get electric shock on, the safety of our cars and our roads, all of those measures, occupational health and safety, all of those things facilitate commerce and capitalism as we know it. But it's easy to forget when technology arrives. And so what we need is a set of rules that everyone playing the game can abide by to give us the opportunity to innovate. And if we don't set a bunch of rules, then we don't end up with this idea of adversarial interoperability, right? And that's actually the thing that we really need. And we don't have that right now with big tech. If you look at the big technology firms out there, we don't have adversarial interoperability. We've got different plugs and different APIs and different rules, and you don't own your data and someone takes it. If we can get regulation that sets a set of boundaries that allow crazy innovation and competition inside of that, then we can have a universal marketplace, because that's what we don't have with big tech. We need something that's permissionless that goes across. And by doing that, then we have a chance to innovate and do even better than the American and the Chinese firms. And speaking of China, that's a classic example, right? What we don't want is what China are doing, which is banning Bitcoin, banning all of the innovation that can happen and having their top-down approach. But we don't want the wild, wild west either, because if we don't have regulation, what you end up with is tech feudalism, where you have a few giant companies that essentially do the bidding for everyone. And we can do better than that. And that's why I think NFTs are such an important thing, because all innovation often starts with artists. The first ever cars, they were designed by artists. The first use of electricity was electricians who were like magicians. So art comes first, but you need regulation to make it a competitive and capitalist marketplace.
Thought you might have a view, Sama. So that's a reasonable jump off point for us. Natasha, at the other end of the spectrum here, working at a very large law firm, lots of very serious people wearing suits often coming into the room saying, here's what we want to do. How do you guide them? I mean, the reality is it's so far from Discord channels and emerging tech and layer 1 and layer 2. Where do you start? Do they have any sense of where we're going?
I think if you're a digital lawyer, you fit into the crazy category of lawyer who advises clients without actually knowing exactly what you're advising them. So it is a difficult area, but with all emerging tech, it's difficult. I just think that we bringing some balance to the debate is these are actually really quite tricky legal questions. And you do have regulators who are trying to work on them, but we're not dealing with a category of assets which are normal. And there are, just bringing up Senator Bragg's point about the custody. If I can make one comment about digital assets of why they're different to things we've seen before, is that a lot of times new platform owners or people who would like to have distributed autonomous organizations, they cannot actually see within their own platforms. So most of the laws that have been built to date in respect of property and ownership and control, people actually, there's somebody who I call the holding the baby problem, there's someone holding the baby. When you come to these assets, there's oftentimes nobody who has custody, nobody who can actually see what's happening inside the platform. That's actually not okay either. If that's going to be what we go forward with machines or code looking at what's happening with regulation, then we're going to actually need to build new regulation to look after mums and dads, look after those other stakeholders in the community. So it's balancing innovation with also looking after other stakeholders in the community who need protections.
Susan, I'll draw you in, and I always like bringing you into a conversation because you are my origin story, Susan. I've said this to you many, many times. I mean, for those on the call here, Susan let me participate in a trip to China about 5 years ago when she had no place doing such a thing. She said to me at the time, "Don't embarrass me," and hopefully I haven't embarrassed her. Here I am 5 years later, involved in conversations. But it's sort of really important to see the conversation was happening then, Susan. Whilst you're in the role with Austrade as well, and now in the role that you're in, I was sort of encouraged to see that games, e-games, esports are an area that, and they're adjacent here. I mean, some of the industry there will move very quickly. Within that role, within that Austrade role and the role that you are now, it seems like you got that bit right. How is it that segment was was chosen? And from your perspective now, any observations you'd like to make about the way these sort of worlds will merge?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Steve. And I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. As far as my role goes now, I'm in the Global Business and Talent Attraction Task Force. And our role really is pretty simple. We were set up as a COVID response, and it's basically to make sure that Australia is future focused and forward looking, and we're attracting the best and the brightest, and also bringing in businesses that are going to help our future growth. So getting back to your observations of sort of how we've landed here, and it gets back to what the Senator was saying about making sure that we're positioning Australia right for that growth. I think there's some really exciting things that are happening in Australia now, and some initiatives that are coming through that, whilst it's not directly related to NFTs per se, but what it's going to do is basically support the innovation in that area. So I think what we've seen is a maturing of the conversation and different technologies coming together. And so what I've got a different slant than everybody else on this sort of call, in that I'm sort of the practitioner, the side of the business that's making sure that we're dealing with investors, that we're bringing the right people in, but we're also helping our industries grow. So the way I look at it now is you've got this convergence that the digital games sector has been a really exciting place for a number of years. They're always innovating. They're always ahead of consumer engagement. And what we're seeing now with NFTs coming in is basically, everything's merging. So from my perspective and my role, there's some really exciting stuff happening around digital games incentives that are going to basically fast track the development of our sector.
I'll come to those. Senator, come to you now, just between us, the 800-ish people that are on this call, and you and me right now. You're one of us, right? Let's on the assumption you go, you're the crypto senator as far as Australians are concerned now. They're coming to you now. What advice do you give them? What's that tipping point moment for government? What do you think as a community broadly we need to be doing much more loudly to give confidence to your colleagues who may not be, I'm going to be generous, may not be on the path that you're on. What should we be doing? What matters in these conversations?
It's a very good question, Steve. I mean, I think the answer is that, as you know, cryptocurrency and digital assets have a bit of a bad name in Canberra. And I'd say that's probably quite similar across the world. I mean, there's also a very heavy vested interest agenda here, where the incumbent financial institutions do their best to undermine innovation because, of course, they see innovation as a loss of business and they act rationally. And so they have lobbying resources and more resources than you have, frankly, to undermine your agenda. So that understanding the starting point is important. The second thing I'd say is I do think that the innovation that the industry can deliver in terms of more choice, lower costs for doing things, effectively efficiency, are really important selling points for moving away from that unfortunate starting point that many politicians come to it at. So that's sort of my initial advice. I mean, looking forward, when this plan hits in 3 weeks from now, I mean, people should go and talk to their local members and senators about that. People, if there are things in that report that you like, you should make an appointment and go and talk to your local federal member. I mean, all of this stuff will be federally regulated. There's no role. Don't worry about the state members. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them, but don't worry about them. And you should make the point that this is an important part of Australia's future. You think this is important for X, Y, Z reason. That is the best thing that you can do.
I like the candor, Senator. That's the point.
Just so
here.
you know, guys, if you were buying on the marketplace on DV, it's going to go back up in 20 minutes.
You might be doing great work, but if you're not telling anyone about the great work you're doing, no one knows. Very few people care. What we see is what we know. So that call to action ultimately that says, let's make some noise about it. We should be doing this. This is something that the people on the call should take. And you're right. Something less than the resources we have. These are our resources. You're seeing it. 800 people on the call. They're the resources. So I'd encourage everyone to sort of speak up. Sama, is this the web we've always wanted? That's the promise of some of this technology. Where are we at with that?
Yeah. So let's start with the web that we've got. That's not the one that we were promised. I did a calculation this morning. The top 7 technology companies coming out of the US have a market capitalization of $9.9 trillion, which is 45% of the US GDP. So what we have now is a concentration beyond the Gilded Age and anything that we've seen in history. And that's because we didn't regulate it in a way that we should have, right? And you have absolute monopolists, people sending up rockets into space that used to be the domain of NASA and government. And it's not the kind of world that we want to live in. It was meant to be horizontalized and democratized. And what we have is something that is more powered and ensconced because we didn't regulate well. Web 3.0 gives us a chance. It actually gives us a chance to have something that is not as concentrated, that's bottom up and goes across. So I think that the vision and the idea that I have is the simple idea of gas and having platforms which aren't owned by anyone, that go beyond a world where anyone actually owns it. And the amount of money in crypto facilitates the networks that we all need. So the world that we want and the world that we'll get will be one, hopefully, where everyone can participate in a marketplace and it almost becomes like a language that no one owns or controls, that we all operate within. And the only way you get that is by regulating in a way that we can have that. So this is actually the chance, and it starts with NFTs to actually give us the chance to move into a world where digital and physical interact in a way. This is not digital. There is no digital. There's only life. And everything that's physical is going to have a digital representation and vice versa. This is the start of smart contracting. We need to make sure now, while it's NFTs, that we get it right so that we can get Web 3.0, the democratized one that we're always hoped for.
Tim, a perfect segue into a conversation with Natasha. I mean, the reality of smart contracts, it's funny, if I go back to 2018, people said, I don't like blockchain, I don't like Bitcoin, but I'm mad for those smart contracts, right? It was a very digestible idea for people. I think NFTs, from my observation, it's similarly as well. People like that they can get the NFTs if they start with the JPEGs and then sort of build out. Tell me about that smart contract conversation. There's enormous complexity here, and the complexity in many respects is legal. Where are we at? That again, probably I guess what we were promised in 2018 that said smart contracts are the thing, and before you know it, everything will be working via and through smart contracts. Do you want to just give us the snapshot of where the smart contracts were meant to be in 2018 and sort of that conversation looks like for you in 2021?
I have a few different thoughts bouncing around in my head, Steve. So, I mean, the thing is with digital assets is that they increase in complexity along a continuum. So NFTs, obviously they could be a piece of digital art. Then you can move through to smart contracts. The smart contracts are the same as NFTs sometimes. So there's also a literacy problem everywhere. Going back to what was said about, we need to encourage literacy. Picking up on what Senator Bragg said, he's saying go and speak to your politicians. I would agree with that, but I would say just take it down a notch, because most of the people on this call have a level of literacy that is not understood by. So a lot of the things you're talking about, language that you use in everyday parlance, is not understood by the people that you'll go and speak to who need to understand for these changes to happen. But NFTs are often smart contracts. Going to the end of the spectrum is smart legal contracts. That is when you actually take legally binding agreements and you put them in digitized, machine readable form. That is a form of digital assets that really can't be played with lightly. It needs to meet directors' duties, legal duties. So it has to have the identity, KYC, all those requirements. Then we move on to CDBC, central bank digital currencies, and there's a whole host of regulation that sits around that level of complexity. So lots of different requirements. Steve, when you say smart contracts, my brain doesn't know which one to talk about because there's a literacy issue. You could be talking about smart contracts, ERC20 token type smart contracts, which really just are a piece of automating code on a distributed ledger. They're kind of actually doing quite well. I mean, if you look at gaming, they're everywhere. There's trillions of dollars being moved through smart contracts. But I agree with Senator Bragg as well. We need to be very mindful about the energy consumption of the platform supporting that. And I certainly serve clients who are working on different mining operations that are trying to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases. Important. If you're talking about smart legal contracts, they're not here yet. They really need critical infrastructure to support the cybersecurity requirements around those assets. If you look in the news today, cybersecurity, we're only getting worse and worse in respect of the number of hacks that are coming. I think it's every 8 minutes we have a major cybersecurity hack. So there is an answer here for the actual plumbing support of smart legal contracts.
It's funny, back in that issue of language and literacy, Natasha, it's often the case when people come at me and they start trolling on comments, they talk about the religion that is the blockchain religion. There's no religion. No one's asking you to do this. Sit it out. Sit it out. I don't care. You know, the point here is, do you want to educate yourself? Fine. If you don't like it, no one's dragging you along, kicking and screaming. So commit the time or don't commit the time, but don't get in people's way. Is generally the sort of the position that they'll take in relation to this. Susan, here's the question for you, because here's what most people care about in life. Show me the money, Susan. Where's the money? Talk to me about tax. Tell me what's happening that gives people an incentive, because this is an ecosystem built on incentives.
Yep. Okay. So in terms of getting the setting right and positioning Australia, because I'm a mum, I've got kids that play games, I've got kids that are on the internet doing all sorts of things, and keeping up with the environment, it can be challenging at times. But what we're doing here is basically, Australians are innovators, they are creators. The point about how it all stems from creative assets. I think this is a real positive that Australia's got. So so when we're talking about money and things like that, you're talking about, I suppose, what's the environment and what's going to make companies or people and industry grow here on innovation. Now, we would argue that digital games, if you actually look at the way that whole industry has worked, and it's basically developed its own industry that's bigger than movies and music. It's a $250 billion industry. But what else does it do? It actually provides the digital skills that are underpinning our digital transformation, and that is going to be used, that's being used already, for simulations, for autonomous vehicles, for advanced manufacturing, digital twins. All of that stuff came out of gaming. Okay, so why do we think this sector is important and the innovation that it creates? It's important. It's because it's those future jobs, and it's those future jobs now. So what the Australian government has done actually and announced in the budget, and it's effective from the 1st of July 2022, is announced a digital games tax offset, and that's directly to stimulate and create jobs in the local digital games ecosystem. Now, Australia has a great small ecosystem developing games, but we're not the scale of our counterparts. And what this what this tax offset does is basically encourage companies to invest in Australia and also makes Australian companies competitive. So what we see this doing is fast tracking development, not just of digital games, but of innovation and the other technologies and the real-time 3D that comes along with it. So I find that really exciting because it's about building the whole ecosystem and making sure that Australia is tapped in to do it, because we have the talent already. Particularly in this sector, we've had a big brain drain overseas. We want to reverse that. And we want our kids to go off and travel the world and do things overseas, but we want them to have a future here, creating and being at the forefront. And because we're smart enough and we're bright enough and we've shown it before.
Thanks, Susan. I'm going to close out in a second. Sam, I'm going to ask you one more question, then come back to you, Senator, just to close out. Sam, if we lean in, we scooch in here, mate. Are we kidding ourselves? Because here's the bit that always gets me. When people say Australia is punching above our weight, I want that shit to stop. I just want them to say Australia is punching. We just need to be big because we're doing big things, rather than always saying, hey, when it comes to the Sydney to Hobart yacht race, we've won time adjusted. Can we just not win, or am I kidding myself?
No, we can win, in fact. And it's interesting you say Australia, you want us to punch. Actually, desire is the key thing. I just want to pick up on what Susan said there. Tax incentives. Guess what? That's regulation. And what does that do? That creates an incentive, because incentives shape behavior and push things forward. So I think we actually can punch, and I think we can do incredibly well. Markets are conversations. And if you converse about it in the first instance when it's growing and it's burgeoning, then you have a chance for building something. We didn't do that when it came to Web 2.0 because we had big ensconced media players. In this, we don't have it. So we actually got a chance. You look at the number of people on this call, and we've got evangelists like you. Everyone go out and read the Clue Train Manifesto. That was written for the internet that we hoped for. And it's a book that needs revision, because markets are conversations. The more we talk, the more things happen and things get built. We can punch, baby. Bring it on. Bang.
Thanks, Emma. Senator, I'll leave it to you to sort of close out this conversation. And again, thanks for your time here. Any final thoughts for where we're at, the Australia that we want to be?
Well, I agree with Steve. I think he's really landed some very important points today. And the reality is that big tech has way too much power over our economy and our society. And these are not Australian companies. Obviously, we're not protectionists in Australia. We welcome foreign investment, but there is a lot of power being brought to bear by these organisations, and we don't want them to run the world. So it's very important what you're doing in your industry. We will build you a plan that will, allow for those things I've talked about today. And so we very much need your support when we roll it out in the next few weeks. To make sure that you make the right noise that gets it up the ladder of importance, because there's a lot of things that people want Canberra to do, and I don't want us to be talking about this in 5 years. I want us to be able to deliver this over the next year or 18 months, which probably sounds like a long time, but in Canberra time, that's not that long. So as I say, we'll give you a good plan next month. We need your support to enact it. So I'll be in touch with you, Steve, about that. And as I say, I think, Steve, you've made some good points. We're on to those points. I'm not sure we can solve them all in this exact report, but I would say that for someone like me that's hoping to use a productive part of their life in public service, I think the battle against big tech is going to be one of the battles of the age, if not the battle of the age. And I'm up for that fight. So thanks for having me today, and really appreciate all the input that's come from your industry to the committee so far. It's really been appreciated.
Terrific. Thank you, Senator. Thanks everyone on the panel as well. And can I say, this is a perfect segue for us. I saw Robbie and Kieran pop up. These are people building some amazing.
Recording stopped.
What's happening at the moment in the
recording in progress.
Extraordinary from my perspective. And these are the businesses that should be encouraged. I'm going to head straight to Ellie because this is a monster panel. This panel alone could run for 4 hours. So Ellie, I'll hand over to you and let's show people what Australians can build out.
Thank you so much, Steve, and welcome everyone to the We Are Gonna Make It panel. So my name is Ellie Rennie. I'm a professor in the RMIT Blockchain Innovation Hub. And I'm joined by some terrific speakers today. I have Kieran Warwick, who's the co-founder of Illuvium, Dave Mack, who's the lead investor at Koji Capital, Pri Desai from Open Law, just a little note that she's filling in for Aaron Wright today, and Robbie Ferguson, who's the co-founder of Immutable. So NFTs have given new form and meaning to what we call culture, at least those of us who come out of a cultural studies background. This is not just about art or music, but about all the things in our orbit that bring us joy or give us a sense of shared identity. Things like fandom, genres, subcultures, things we like because they are amusing or because they are new, or because they help us to remember, to reminisce, and to inspire us. But we don't just consume culture. Culture, of course, is when people collectively decide to direct their attention to something, to give it value, and then they produce new innovations from that consumption. So the cultural economy is also an input into other markets and industries. Never forget that. Culture gives markets meaning. This has always been the case, but now we have new tools that are decentralized, accessible, and tradable, in no small part thanks to some of our panelists here today. So because we do not have time for introductions, we've got to figure out in the next half an hour if we're going to make it and how. I'm going to launch straight in. And my first question is to Robbie. So first of all, congratulations on a fantastic raise and token launch. Well done to you. And feel free to tell us a little bit more about Immutable. But my question to you is really, what is the metaverse? And is it more than games? Is Immutable expanding into more than NFTs? Help us get started here.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone will have a slightly different take on what the metaverse is, especially over time. To me, it is the entire world is becoming digital. We've seen this trend over the past 3 decades, and over the next 3 decades, I fully expect the vast majority of especially young people's time to be spent in digital environments. They will grow up in online schools. They will play games and self-actualize in online marketplaces and online games. And gaming is becoming much more than just something you play. It's a way you connect with other people. It's how you live your social identity. It's how you literally watch a concert. We had the largest, attendance concert ever was held in Fortnite by Travis Scott. This is the kind of culture-defining digital environments we're seeing today. And that begs the question, we have lots of rules for living in the real world. We have the rules of physics, which says, I own things or I can't own things. People have governances around scarcity, which is all built in by the laws of the universe. So what are the laws that we're going to use for this new digital world? How will these assets connect? How will they be interoperable? And that's a lot of lofty stuff. But the real crux of what we're facing now is, how can people have guarantees over digital property rights in digital universes? What is securing them under the hood? What sort of scarcity rights they have? At the end of the day, it's the fundamental point and the fundamental innovation of the blockchain. So that's what I'd say. The metaverse is, does Immutable have plans to go beyond games? Absolutely. We're really bullish on gaming, as I know, some of the people on the panel are. And that's because I think we've seen a bunch of really high value, scarce NFTs pop off this year. So we've seen art and collectibles be the dominant theme. And that's come with a lot of backlash. It's come with a lot of controversy. Why is a CryptoPunk worth at minimum $1 million? Why is there a $10 billion market cap on this stuff? And I think there's real value there. I think it's phenomenal. But I think we're going to start to see the shift into utility-driven NFTs, mass-driven NFTs, where it's everyday people understanding better value from their digital experiences, whether it's gaming, whether it's finance, via NFTs. And that's the space we want to be helping expand into as well. So yeah, we're really excited about games. We're really excited about collectibles, but I also think NFTs are going to encompass the entire universe. And we're excited to be part of that infrastructure.
Fantastic, thank you. Kieran, are you there?
Yes.
If so, excellent. Thank you so much for joining us. So Illuvium, I was just checking your Discord last night to see how it's all going over there. And you have 135,000 people or more on your Discord, mind blowing, and a token of significant value as well. And you're combining DeFi and NFTs even before this game has launched, which is so interesting to watch and observe. So what I want to put to you is just expanding on what Robbie's already said. Why give people real assets within a game? But also, I'd like your reflections on why bring a high-end games lab to this equation right now?
Yeah, so look, obviously for me personally, I've been a gamer all my life, right? And a lot of those have been MMORPGs. I got addicted to World of Warcraft. I played Guild Wars. I played League of Legends, and the common factor that was frustrating for everyone in these communities is that you literally spend and you know you spend hours and hours and hours grinding in these games, and effectively you own it inside your account, but you don't truly own that, right? You can't take it outside of that game, and so and you can't sell them. And so people for the last 2 decades have been meeting up on corners of the street and saying, hey, I'll give you $10,000 cash if you give me some World of Warcraft gold. And so people have been, gamers particularly, have been wanting something like NFTs where they can actually have true ownership over their assets for so long that's why I think we're seeing this massive trend of in my opinion, games that the games that are available now are more so in the indie sort of quality if you compare it to mainstream, but they're still drawing in millions and millions of players. And if you look at what's under the hood with that, why is that happening? And the first thing is play to earn, right? This new model, which is actually giving people the ability to sell that, to grind and their sweat equity that goes into a game can then be turned into a profit. And so we're literally seeing in places like the Philippines, people leaving their laboring job and saying, I'm just going to sit on my phone for 15 hours a day and I'm going to earn these assets in these games, and then I'm going to sell them and I'm going to make a profit. And we're even getting to the point where some shop owners are now accepting some of these native tokens. And so it just expands games out, and it gives the ownership and the control back to the players, which I think as soon as you do that, and that's obviously what we've tried to do in our protocol by making it decentralized from literally even pre-token, we had a council set up, and that council essentially governs our protocol and decides the next steps and the next games we build and all the improvements and whatever, and giving that total autonomy and power back to the actual people who are playing makes them go, A, this is so much more fun and exciting, but B, I'm now willing to put in so much more money into this because I know at the end of the day, 5-6 years from now, if I go, okay, I'm no longer a Fortnite player and I want to move into playing Call of Duty, I can then sell my assets and I'm not just leaving a large chunk of money on the table and all of my time on the table. You can be rewarded for that. And I think in our case, what we've been trying to build, what the gap that I saw was it's such a compelling thing, this real world ownership of assets, that these smaller games are blowing up. And so in my opinion, I thought, let's go out and literally start poaching AAA talent from all these studios from around the world, Blizzard, Riot, Epic, Ubisoft, and put them all in a room and then come up with a game which we're calling, the first AAA game on the blockchain, and then adding, at the exact same time, not bolting it on, but from literally inception, having decentralized governance over that and play to earn. Right now, we're set to give out $500 million in in-game yield at this point, right? That's the distribution of our tokens. And so we think when you couple all of that together with a game that people are actually really, really interested to play and they get addicted to it and all that kind of, jazz with a real mainstream game, then you're going to hit, that's when you get real world adoption of potentially, there's 2.8 billion gamers. We could start seeing millions and millions and millions of players coming into the crypto space for the first time, just because they understand gaming and it just makes sense.
Amazing, thank you. And I encourage everyone to go check out the cinematic promo for Illuvium because it is spine-tingling stuff. I am personally very excited to get stuck into this game. So Pri, welcome. And thank you so much for filling in at the last minute. So Kieran's just already spoken a little bit about governance, but it'd be great as one of the open law people who have gone in and pioneered governance through DAOs, and including through Flamingo DAO, which was clearly one of the early and most important DAOs in the NFT space. So my question for you is, what is the importance of easy legal frameworks for these communities, but also how does that lead to innovation? I've noticed that Flamingo DAO was partly responsible for punks getting up and walking around. How did DAOs and governance lead to innovation?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me. All this talk of gaming makes me want to LARP as an Australian. I've been working on that joke for like the last 5 minutes, so I hope it landed. Anyways, no, you guys are awesome. I love the folks down under. So I think like the advantage of having a DAO that's kind of rooted in meat space and the real world is, sometimes if there's just a little bit more organization, people understand their role. With the original DAO back in 2017, or 2016, an incredible credible kind of experiment. There was a lot of uncertainty. People may not have known the structuring, what the token meant for them, whether that was a security, and the fact that if there were a potential liability, it could be but not just limited liability, but personally liable. And I think kind of having that root in some sort of meat space allows for a level of certainty, which can lead to innovation. Like just working through the confines can sometimes just lead to beautiful things. So with Flamingo, as you noted, probably the first NFT DAO. I think we've seen a ton of amazing NFT DAOs really flourish since then. We've had members of Flamingo really like think about the NFT ecosystem. They kind of bucketed it in 4 major buckets. I can kind of just run through that. It's like digital art, collectibles, metaverse gaming, and then lastly, just general NFT infrastructure investments. And that's kind of led to this like interesting thing where like people have there's some people who are more attracted to one bucket or another. We've had like Flamingo itself now incubate its own DAO. So I know you guys being in Australia love Zedrun. They have a Zedrun stable DAO called Dark Horse DAO that kind of came out of the Flamingo ecosystem. They just launched a digital fashion DAO. They've launched Ready Player DAO, which is a play to earn DAO, where people all around the world can borrow these assets and play with them and earn. They also are like launching a DAO rooted in building out the metaverse too. So I think like having that membership so tight and cohesive, rooted in the real world, they're able to just like really think through things, feel comfortable, and things are pretty well organized, and people's interests are accounted for, and so it offers people the flexibility to really do what they want and run with things through this hive mind approach. I think what you're talking about is the CryptoPunk alien that was purchased by Flamingo, which I don't know if it I don't want to gas it up, but I do think like Flamingo really at the time decided that CryptoPunks like meant a lot to the generalized ecosystem. The thesis was that, you know, in the world where, you know, the belief of the DAO was that there's going to be trillions of NFTs, there, you know, there has to be something to this like OG CryptoPunk collectible. Plus they look cool. Like there's a lot of reasons why they went in on that, and the alien was available. They said, why not? And I think that kind of just like kicked off at least like a little bit of the punk excitement. And one of our members, who's awesome, decided to take that CryptoPunk alien. He kind of just did this on his own, like created he has like a Zoom avatar for the alien. He did a 3D rendering of the alien body that walks around in the metaverse, and it has like this pretty like wild personality on Twitter as well. So I think like beyond, you know, people collecting NFTs, there's a lot of creation that's happening, both like creating these and incubating DAOs with specific focus, but also like taking these NFTs and like really running with the intellectual property of them, like really like making them intellectual in some ways by creating personalities. So yeah, I mean, I think having some level of structure just frees people up to like really pay attention to fun stuff. So yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. And I want to come back to some of that in a minute. But first, over to you, Dave. So how do you're an investor in this area. How do you know what will make it? So when you're choosing to invest, what is it that you would look for? And I suppose even more importantly, what is it that we're even supporting when we enter into this world and this economy?
Well, that's a heavy question. So I don't really know where to begin. I think probably from our perspective, we're, you know, investment managers. So maybe taking some of the shine off of our other guests. I guess I've been amazed by Flamingo and the Lao and how successful they have both been for, at picking trends. I think it's pretty clear that Flamingo was the linchpin for the last NFT cycle, or at least in our view. Perhaps I'm biased. So, I mean, when we consider what's important to invest in, I think, aside from the fact that the internet hive mind is actually quite a lot more effective than most managers at picking the next trend, we typically look for very engaged communities. In general, I certainly don't think it's a good idea as an investor to fall into the trap of, thinking that the capabilities of technology are isomorphic to what the market wants. I think it's clear that that's not the case. I mean, again, founders like, Robbie and Kieran have clearly identified clear business needs and are implementing commercially blockchain tech to attack those sort of problems particularly. And maybe, coming back to the left, because I don't know really how good I'm going to be for you or how useful I'm going to be, telling you how to make it. I think maybe, people should sort of, assess their own strategies on a case-by-case basis. But I did want to return to what Pri was talking about earlier about having the sort of the legal boilerplate in place for DAOs. I think that's been an extraordinarily positive and helpful thing. One of the key risks, I suppose, that you entertain if you're anyone investing in any DAO or being a participant is the fairly reduced capacity for redress of disputes. You very much have to, you're in the hands of the gods. You sort of can only hope that the DAO will reach decisions that are favorable for everyone. If there is a legal retainer there, in the case of Flamingo DAO and the Lao, there's a Delaware LLC where, again, every member is KYC. So you have some greater faith that if things really were to go bottom up, there would be still some ability for the rule of law to be applied. So I think, we're definitely excited to see DAOs become more sophisticated at that level. They seem very siloed off into the crypto realm. For example, I don't think that there's a great presence of DAOs having bank accounts at this stage, for example, but there's no reason why that shouldn't happen. And having genuine legal personality in various jurisdictions. So I'll jump off there.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was listening to a Mint and Burn podcast, which we do out of our research center with Aaron Wright, where he talks about DAOs as subreddits with treasuries, which I think really gets to the, you know, the importance of the community and the power of making it easy for people to coordinate. But okay, so we've got just a short amount of time, and I want to put a question, I suppose, to anyone, all of you, which is really to where decentralization fits in for all of you here, and particularly Ethereum. You know, loot has been the big phenomenon of the last month, and that really showed, I think, that people can coordinate in a decentralized manner around a primitive, something that was nothing more than some code that points to a thing that could be repurposed in many different ways. And what it showed for me really was that there was legitimacy already established in Ethereum and ways of working, and things like fair launches and, you know, opening something up to a community and allowing that community to self-govern. So maybe we'll start with Robbie. Like, what is the importance of decentralization in this scene for you in terms of us trying to understand where it's going? And can we make it with this very decentralized, dispersed thing that we've set up for ourselves here?
Yeah, very good question. I think decentralization has to come first. There's literally no point to anything we're doing if at the end of the day, the blockchain is going to break. Someone can take your stuff away from you. If a bridge between a side chain and the main chain is going to break, and then users' assets is compromised, like, there's no point. Go build Steam Marketplace, build a centralized database, use a bank. The fear of decentralization is not helpful because it only matters when it comes to like real financial resolution. And we'll see a very broad spectrum. It's hard to decentralize things. Like even DAOs are a great example, or back with the classic hack in 2017, where you had Ethereum kind of hardcore people, proponents against the hard fork, saying code is law, we shouldn't change this. Now, in the end, the consensus was split off to a new Ethereum, and I think that was the right choice. But it shows the trickiness here. But for us, it's like paramount. I know for Illuvium too. Like the reason is not just security, but the reason Ethereum's being so successful right now is just network effects. It's just liquidity. Like, they have the biggest developer platform in the world. It's steamrolling everything else. Any other blockchain who's ever having any success, like, they're buying those users, and it's really just the open internet versus everything else at this point in time. So I think by far the two biggest things are like, A, interoperability. So everything built on Ethereum works with everything else. We saw this cool example with Loot. Like, it just crazy the pace of innovation you can have when other people can clone, and the dangers, right? Like, Uniswap had half the liquidity stolen overnight when someone issued a vampire attack. That stuff does not happen in the normal world. You can't have flash loans, but that is what means that you have like access to capital and barriers to entry is at an all-time low. Now, anyone with an ARB strategy can go grab a flash loan and start to create efficiencies in the market. But absolutely, like, liquidity is king, security is king, and network effects are king. And that's why we're pretty bullish on Ethereum. It's why we would never compromise in building our layer 2 like scaling for anything that compromised on that.
Kieran.
Yeah, 100%. So obviously we're building on top of Immutable X. So Robbie and I go way back in crypto terms, I think 12 months now. But yeah, look, for us, there's so many, we're so decentralized, and we did it so early that I've literally coined us as the first decentralized autonomous studio. And so there's a lot of things that I could talk about with us, but I think that the biggest thing, the most impactful thing that we've done, and I honestly haven't seen it yet in any other game that's out there, and I think there are some other projects that are coming out that are going to take this model, but I was so obsessed with DeFi and decentralization that I thought we need to make sure that the profits in our game are not distributed to a centralized entity in any way, shape, or form, right? So in our case, the tokenomics are built in a way that all of our in-game revenues, that the travel fees, the enhancements, skins like in Fortnite, all of those things that generate a heap of revenue, that goes into our vault. And then anyone who's staked in our protocol gets their proportion of those revenues back. And so we're literally distributing all of the revenue back to the players as well. And it feeds into this psychology of I own the assets. And not only do I own the assets, when I sell the assets, I get my share of profit. And these contributors to these DAOs, which are literally community members as well, they feel like they have a piece of ownership of the game. And so you look at, people say to me, how are you valued at $5 billion? And it's like, yes, that's crazy. And yes, I'm a little bit biased. I think we're building a pretty cool game that I think people will play. But I think by far and large, the biggest thing is it's not a centralized entity that's saying all of these profits are going to Riot, right? Where it's one company, the players don't get anything. It's the same thing in Fortnite. And instead, with us, we're literally saying 100% of profits are redistributed back to the stakeholders. And that alone, I think, has just blown the minds of people. And they're going like, well, every game needs to take on this model, because and if you went to, when people ask me, they're like, do you think, these big studios would do that? And my opinion on that is absolutely not, because think about how scary that would be for them. Hey, stakeholders, we're now going to give it all back to our players. It's kind of freaky, but it's the reason we've been able to bootstrap so much liquidity into our protocol so quickly.
Fantastic. We've literally got 2 minutes. So Pri and Dave, what's your very short answer? Pri first.
Go for it, David.
Well, I mean, I would mirror a lot of the statements that came before me. I think, yeah, it's easy to talk about all of this stuff, but at the end of the day, if the layer one isn't distributed and doesn't, inherit the security properties that are super important, then this could all be a fool's errand. On, I guess, on the previous point where people feeling like they own a piece of a platform is just as important as whether they actually do. I think the fact that protocol generated rewards are accruing to DAO token holders is a very different view of the economy that I don't think anyone has any context for prior. So I guess I have my closing remark would be, we're definitely excited to see where this all goes to next.
Great. Pri, final word from you.
Yeah, I guess just to top it off, I completely echo what everyone else is saying. I think it's just like incredible to think about the world that we lived in gaming and the metaverse, and being able to I think what's kind of incredible about this is taking assets from one place to another, being able to play with assets from one place to another, really having almost just like an interoperable universe that feels like your game like Fortnite or what have you was so locked in, and to the point Kieran made, I mean, most of that value is trickling up to the game itself versus like the individuals who have a piece of it, and then through that we're seeing innovations like play to earn and others, and I think that's pretty incredible. The Ethereum community, as also echoed by Robbie, has just been probably like the best developer community as far as Web3 is concerned. I think we're also seeing a lot of really interesting innovation from other blockchains, so that's exciting as well. There's some really cool art on Hen, on Tezos. Like there's just a lot of really interesting things happening across various blockchains. And I think we can all agree here that decentralization, no matter like what it looks like, is no doubt the future. So.
Okay, and finally, one word answers only. If you could choose your NFT spirit animal, would it be a punk, a rock, a bored ape, or let's say a penguin? Choose one of those four. Okay, Robbie.
A punk, but I can't afford one.
I go for a bored ape.
Kieran.
A punk, but I can't afford one.
Those things have gone up in crazy price.
I mean, definitely.
Gain a lot of value.
Okay, Dave.
For the sake of controversy, I'm going to say a penguin.
Okay, a penguin. I'm going to say again punk because I'm fully derivative. Thanks, everyone. Terrific panel. And thanks, everyone, for listening. See you later.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
What about you guys?
Thanks,
What would you
Ellie.
go for?
Recording stopped.
Bored Ape, CryptoPunks,
We are now
Penguin, what you said, or I
we are
don't know
now
what the other one
going
was.
to move over to Maddie, aka DCL Blogger. So Maddie, if you want to turn your video on and unmute yourself, and you can come to the stage.
Hey, how we doing? How are you guys?
Brilliant.
Hopefully you can hear me okay. But extremely stoked to be here. I wanted to jump into that panel probably 10 times because I was listening in the last 20 minutes, but so many awesome people building the metaverse, as we call it, this virtual space. Kind of bummed I'm doing this solo. I would love to talk to people being stuck in lockdown. So that was, again, would have been fun to jump in. But hey, again, a pleasure and honor to be here among you all. To have an NFT Australia conference of any level and capacity was a dream 3-4 years ago. I remember thinking about the NFT space and you know, tweeting about stuff, and not many people would be retweeting it or engaging and liking. I was like, oh, it's going to take ages for people to figure out this MetaMask kinks and issues. They're probably 3 years too early. And then obviously we had some massive standalone products and projects that just boomed in front of our eyes, like 50 Gateway. The art industry boomed. NBA Top Shot punks blew up, and it's been intense and exhausting, but a lot of fun for a lot of us. All right, guys. So my topic, I believe, is marketing in the metaverse. I wonder if I can share my screen. It would be awesome to share my screen, Greg. I don't know if I have the right to do that.
Do you have? Let me see.
Well, actually, I think I can.
You can try that out.
Yep. Awesome.
Yeah, we got you.
All right, sweet. All right, guys. Definitely want to talk a little bit about my sort of experience prior to this. I've got about 20 minutes, and I would love to tell you a bit about myself, how I got started, and how all this sort of made sense to me, and how we kind of saw the space going. But if you've known me or my journey, I've been in the NFT space for 3 to 4 years. At that time, I didn't think I was early at all. It's funny, you never really think that you're early. Let me just hide this. Oops. Yeah, you never really think that you're early, which, you know, whenever you get in, like obviously 2017, we were what, 6 to maybe 7 to 8 years late in blockchain technology. Who knew that there was this NFT sort of thing that was bubbling up and everyone was going to get really NFT hype, right? No one really knew it back then. But what I did know back then was there was people collecting cats and images and some sort of collectability, creator culture, artist stuff going on in the NFT space. The way I got into NFTs was I liked the logo of Decentraland. And it was like this little logo that had this little island on it or something. And I was like, oh, Decentraland sounds like a game. Clicked it and joined the Discord, and then boom, like hundreds of people buying and selling virtual land. Totally blown away with what was going on. Back then, the industry had no terminology for NFTs as a whole. People were kind of calling them crypto collectibles, art, virtual land. It was very broad. But anyway, it went from that to slowly learning a lot about the virtual land, virtual worlds, and what they can do. So I was first introduced to virtual worlds, which are part of the metaverse. But then kind of learned that, hey, wait a second, you know, to build these virtual worlds, we need things like art and all that sort of stuff. So as the art industry grew and the collectible industry grew, you know, I pushed myself to go and learn, just knowing that they'd be heavily integrated among each other. And many of the panelists talked about this process of interoperability, and that is the coming together of this metaverse or this connectivity that Ethereum can help out to grow, and other blockchains, of course. And I think that became really, really compelling to a lot of us, definitely myself, suddenly realizing, wait a second, if I buy a sword in one game, shouldn't I be able to use that sword in another game if those two projects and games can talk to each other? And then suddenly that sword becomes a ticket to open up doors to a virtual club. Suddenly that sword becomes or that NFT really, you know, it can turn into a sword, maybe turn into a car in another game, or a ticket, or an access pass in a Discord. You can fractionalize it. So suddenly all these things, like over my time, 1 or 2 years, start to make a lot more sense. And anyway, I started a Twitter profile and my social channels. So I'm a marketer at heart. I come from this space with 8 years of, or 6 years of marketing experience, or kind of just learning on the fly of how to, you know, bring social awareness to my projects and products. So as soon as I got into the NFT space, I remember learning to flip virtual land, and I was like, oh, this is great, right? I learned how to flip virtual land. I was doing it quite successfully. And my initial reaction, I remember back then, was to start a course and start selling the course for $200, because I had made my money by selling course and content to the stuff that I'd successfully done in the past. Very quickly realized that there's better ways to do things in this new Web3 space, and that we shouldn't really be bringing too much Web2 sort of business models to the space. So, you know, went on to explore that eventually. But definitely wanted to go through some early ideas that people had that kind of went on to play a big role in the future, or where we are in the current role. So marketing in the metaverse, what did we assume it would look like back in the day, and what does it look like now? I guess the virtual worlds were perceived as a big part of the metaverse. So if you've been into Decentraland, you may have seen, you know, sceneries like this. People going around and playing games. Let me see. So Kraken did like a party. There's CryptoVoxels, which I'm not sure if I've got an image up here. You've got MetaMask building. So MetaMask did an official sort of a launch. You can see people doing conferences, or they've got a musician playing over here. So back then there was literally about, you know, 20 people per events rocking up in these virtual events. It was pretty interesting. And so what we were anticipating is, okay, well, surely people will go on to build a lot of cool experiences in Decentraland and these spaces. And so wouldn't it make sense to run conferences and start running advertisements and start running, you know, getting sponsors? So I remember one of the very early experiments was running conferences in Decentraland. That's what we did. And this was the DCL core team, which is what we called it. And there were a few of 3 to 4 of us that started to build this space. And you can see GDA Capital were here. I think there were sponsors on this one, but we had CoinGecko and OpenSea, I believe, sponsored our first sort of conference. And so that was our way to kind of market slash, you know, they were kind of experimenting with marketing in the metaverse, maybe connecting to these events. And I remember they didn't continue with the sponsorship because back then there wasn't that many people. But now if there's a virtual event, absolutely we'd get sponsors, right? Some other cool models that we have seen is a really good friend of mine. His name is Chris. He runs NFT plazas. And he had this really cool idea, and totally have to show you guys this. Let me minimize my screen. Yeah, so I hope you guys can see everything, but basically what Chris did was he built NFT plazas, which is a website that goes through the news of, which originally started with Decentraland, but started to talk about NFTs in general. He went on to do NFT kiosks. So he built many kiosks across multiple virtual worlds. So you can see all these kiosks that exist here and all the lands that he owns. And he's got partnerships with the districts and all this sort of stuff. So this, what you see here is the overall map of Decentraland. If I scroll down, this is the overall map of CryptoVoxels. If I scroll down, the map of Somnium Space, and basically they all look sort of like this. And so what he said is, wait a second. So if many people go on, and metaverse is this interconnected, you know, social communities, then people will move everywhere, right? So why not have options for when projects want to come into the space and advertise or market or bring some outreach to their projects? Why not have something connected to everything? One, you're invested in all projects. Two, you have this awareness channel that exists on all projects. That you can switch on and display their banners if someone decides to come in and market with you. So this was a really cool kind of early experiment. I remember Chris doing this, and for me, it kind of looked very far-fetched because I didn't know when people would come into the spaces and start exploring, but now it makes total sense. I'm sure in the next 1 or 2 or 3 years, it'll make even more sense as these spaces, these virtual worlds sort of grow. Moving on, we got Sandbox. This is a really cool image. Sandbox is another virtual world where you can go in and build games. So if you've played Minecraft, then Sandbox is totally your vibe. One really cool thing you can see here, what they've allowed people to do is add a logo to the lands that they own. You can see there are lands for Binance, there's Republic Realm, there is Cybercoms, there is Zepeto, Zrun, Voxadeus, a bunch of people. There is some VCs, there is Galaxy Digital, there's South China Mornington Post. This is sort of like a visual way to see how, I guess, the metaverse is going to shape up, right? You're going to have neighbors or projects and products of all varieties doing things in meetups, and we're going to be connecting at some level. So I just thought it's a cool image to show, because people are now buying land because you can stick your logo on a project like Sandbox, and you can kind of flex your community, or the size of, not so much your investment, but the size of your entry into the Sandbox. You can see MetaKey here, which is a project I founded 6 to 8 months ago. The largest land possible is, I think, 576 land parcels. So we bought one. I remember as soon as we bought one, we had a ton of interest in the MetaKey project. So it's an interesting thing, because you just buy the land, you put your logo on there, and people check the map and they're like, oh, wait, what's this new project? And that was a really cool dynamic that I found, that I hope projects like Decentraland and CryptoVoxels follow. Because suddenly when you know who your neighbors are, you want to be near them, right? So just bringing up this map purely just to show what's going on here. There was a lot of talk with CryptoPunks with the previous panels. So would love to bring up Danny, who is a total boss in NFT collecting. He may be listening into this. I know he's Aussie, but Danny has been around from the space, and I've been seeing him in, I think, the Axie Discord and some other spaces. He has the most valuable CryptoPunk in existence right now. And this punk is valuable because I believe it is the only 7-trait punk. I think it's 7 trait punks, yeah. But different punks have different trait counts, and this one has 7, and I think that is the only one with 7. So it's got a hat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so he's got a cigarette, he's got a buck tooth, a beard, a mole, an earring, glasses. And this image might look really silly to you, but things have value because of what they mean in the space. And I can see he's got a background of Slime Sunday's piece. This means a lot to us in the crypto culture in our community. When we see these things, we immediately are like, holy shit, this is awesome, right? So Danny, he and many other CryptoPunk people, and also many avatar or us that are entering and existing on Twitter and crypto Twitter, NFT Twitter, and I guess these social spaces that are already Web 2 are the first entry into the metaverse, or part of it is these sort of spaces, right? So people rock up to these profile pictures, and immediately there is a little bit of marketability there. Is that this guy is a punk owner, this guy supports a certain project, this guy has a certain artist behind him. And a very cool thing, and I wanted to bring this profile up because I wanted to connect it to this awesome thing I saw on Twitter today. I saw a very early look at how NFT profile pictures verifications will work. So we had this sort of video. So I'm gonna play it. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but I will just off the sound. But it was an early look at how devs are experimenting. So this is an official Twitter dev, I believe, who's experimenting with changing the profile pic, connecting it to a wallet somehow, and verifying your punk. So you can see here, there's an Ethereum symbol that verifies your punk ownership in Twitter. And this is just like the coolest thing for me to wake up to this morning. But we had like, suddenly there is this like validation, or this sort of like a provability that what you have, you own. It was a very foreign and surprising concept to me that people would give value to JPEGs or avatars when they put it as their Twitter profiles, right? Because I would have thought that other people, and I'm sure many people think this as well, is that people would just copy paste that avatar and put it as theirs. Why would they not do that? Well, one, because it's kind of lame to represent something that you don't own. And people will ask you that we're realizing this now. Well, I'm realizing it now, that only the official person and the society or the Twitter society as a whole kind of looks at this and verifies it. But people know who the original person is. So if you kind of copy this punk and put it as your profile pic, People know that's not the original punk. So this little verification badge is a cherry on top, because suddenly it is the moving, or that transition, that bridging process that's happening from Web 2 to Web 3. By the way, guys, if you're asking comments and questions, I cannot see anything because I am not listening to the comments.
Maddie, I'll throw a few from the audience to you, maybe in the next sort of 5 or 6 minutes, if that suits.
Yes, please. Yeah, I can't read them because I'm just looking at the screen. So
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Greg. I'll end up in a few minutes. But yeah, this was really cool. And I thought, like, people are signaling their entry into the NFT or crypto space by changing their profile pic to an avatar, or by buying a piece of art. Snoop Dogg bought Alien Punks, and then he went on to buy X copy art, and suddenly everyone's like, oh, like Snoop Dogg's into the NFT space, and we can know how deep he is because he's gone on to buy a Rare Pepe. And that signaling of what NFTs mean, or the ownership of them into the NFT community at the very least, maybe not the broader community, is pretty cool, right? So now if Snoop Dogg was to do more, like run concerts and things, he has a little bit more of an anchor into the space. Kraken came in and did an event. What we are finding is that projects and brands that are big, again, in the process to anchor and reach out to the community, are doing events in Decentraland and many others. I'm being totally biased here for Decentraland. I got to bring up crypto voxels as well. I mean, there are plenty of really cool stuff happening at crypto voxels and other places where people are building bookshops, and brands are coming in and building experiences and doing wearables and doing all sorts of things. So in the example I wanted to use with Kraken is that they drop wearables. So Kraken comes here, Binance comes here, MetaMask came in before and dropped MetaKey hats, but people are sending wearables, which are these NFTs that you can basically airdrop to everyone or sell to anyone you want, to the community. And suddenly thousands of people are representing your brand. They own it. It's kind of a collectible because it's their first wearable in Decentraland or CryptoVoxels or wherever they decide to do it. And suddenly it's a way for companies to come and market themselves through the community by, one, engaging, and two, providing value or an NFT. So that was pretty cool. Again, MetaMask coming in and giving everyone Fox helmets, heads, masks, whatever these are, but they're pretty cool. People like to represent them. And doing more like events. Another really cool thing is the integration of what NFTs may mean in this space. If you know me, then you would know that I had a project called MetaKey. We actually did a launch today that went good and bad. I mean, it sold out in 15 minutes, which was great, but suddenly it sold out. Like, there was so much hype behind it that it sold out very quickly, and a lot of people weren't able to get it. It crashed Rarible, and it just, yeah, it was a social disaster because it was very hard to manage the inflow of questions. And what we're realizing is that the grand vision of having a community invested in projects and part of projects that you can deliver on is great as a concept, but to get there is a big process of trial and error of doing things and trying to get it right multiple times. But now, like, it was awesome to sell out and get that capital, but at the end of the day, it's the community we're interested in, right? So what we look for is the distribution. 2,300 owners own them out of 7,500. So on average, one person owns 3. We'd like that distribution to be at a higher percentage. So anyway, invested communities, how they operate, the data behind them is also still being explored. The tech and the bridging behind them is still being made a thing. But last point I'd like to make before we jump into some Q&A is the idea of how NFTs or tokens, in this case, it's a fungible ERC1155 token. In this case, you can use the MetaKey, and I'm sure you can use any other token you'd like. On our website, Crypto Art Pulse, and this is one of the many things you can do with the MetaKey, is you can go to cryptoartpulse.com, which is a website me and my friend made that tracks the sales of Nifty Gateway. A cool thing you can do is log in using your MetaMask, and it picks up that you own X amount of MetaKeys, and then you can create an ad and put your ad image up there and your advertising slots. So you can put in, what dates you'd like them to be displayed, and then boom, it displays right here. So suddenly media ad spots, and this is just an experiment, right? I'm sure some projects can go on and run with this. The NFTs that you are selling, they may be art. So here it is just an art piece, but it's more because you can build unlimited amount of utility to this. So Discord, You can turn this NFT into a sword in a game, as I mentioned earlier. But this is a really cool one that was on topic, so I thought I'd bring it up, which is the ability to interact with ad spots. And I'm sure maybe you can do this in virtual worlds as well, where you can integrate, maybe someone can have a building and you can add your banner on that building if you own a certain NFT. But yeah, I hope I covered a little bit about marketing in the metaverse. We are still at very baby stages of everything, even though we kind of look like we're getting to some maturation, but far along the way of getting there.
Thanks, Matty. We have had a few questions in the Q&A coming through, and encourage everyone that's on Twitter to really use that hashtag NFT Fest Oz AUS. I think it got as high as 8 trending in Australia earlier this morning. So let's bump that back up if you've got any questions or you just want to give your thoughts in general. Matty, the first question off the top, someone actually wants to know whether you still own the 60 Minutes NFT that you did earlier this year.
Yep, it's a long huddle for me.
Okay, excellent. We have from Aldridge Joseph. Matty, are there any upcoming innovations that are not widely adopted in the metaverse or NFT space that you think marketers can tap into?
Upcoming. I think there's experiments that are in the virtual spaces, like how do you bridge your social awareness from Web 2, like Twitter, etc., to bring them into experiences in the in virtual events, or how do you sort of use that into Web 2 sort of marketing strategies? But when the word metaverse is said, this is a question back, but is that regarding, say, something like Decentraland, CryptoVoxels, and what all of that means, or is it sort of like how NFTs sit sort of everywhere?
Yeah, I think it's more around the CryptoVoxels and Sandbox, etc.
Yeah, untapped. I would say like wearables, and people need identity, and people want to represent that identity by being a CryptoPunk in a virtual world, or by wearing clothes of a certain artist or a certain brand. So sort of experimenting with how people can represent you over there, running conferences. I think something very underrated that can be done on a very aggressive scale and have a lot of impact is event organizing, because suddenly there are not many people that are event organizing efficiently in the virtual world. There are a handful, and they're doing a great job. But I think there's this bringing process to these metaverse virtual worlds that people can utilize that already grown social accounts. So I remember when I was running conferences in Decentraland, I was using my Twitter profile to bring people into them. And the beautiful thing about CryptoVoxels and Decentraland and some others is that a link to the virtual world works on your browser, and that's all. You can tweet and say and put a screenshot of the meetup and put a link to it, and suddenly you can bring in a ton of people from your social channels and teach them about that space. So I think there's those things. There's wearables. There's it's a long process of trial and error and growing your kind of community and getting them accustomed to those spaces as well. That's part of the process.
Thank you. And one of the other questions we had from Matthew Pearson that really is in a similar vein to that one before, and I think I know what the answer is going to be, but Matthew's wanting to know, would love to know more how to actually run a virtual conference in Decentraland or Sandbox. Where do I source more information and intelligence in that space? Or maybe even, I think he said that NFT Fest, if there was a version 2, could be in that virtual land.
So you'd need a venue that has a Zoom screen attached to it, so that basically people can jump on a Zoom and that can get auto streamed in Decentraland or CryptoVoxels. And usually you can go into any of these Discords and ask around and see if there's any event organizer you can connect up with. They're 98% of the time they will be. You can get in touch with me, and the Medikey community are going to start running conferences about different projects and screenings and all that sort of stuff. But there's way more people. I know there's people in Decentraland. There's Kevin on Earth. There's Peanut Butter. There's these influencers / event organizers that are doing that, so they could bridge the gap for you. But I would definitely start with just asking the question on Discord.
Yeah, we have a question from Chris Chambers, who's asked, are there any demographics on who's actually buying NFTs right now?
Buying NFTs, I'm not sure. Existing in, I guess, different NFT spaces. I think there's a little bit of demographic details. I know Axie Infinity recently tweeted something where it said the demographic is 40% female and 60% male. That was great to see that balance forming in a very tech-heavy usually male dominated. Like gaming is kind of predominantly male, so that was cool to see. Again, when you go into Axie Infinity, they tweet a lot about, a distribution worldwide, about people in Philippines, people in India, people in Vietnam, people in the States, America, UK, etc., all participating. Specific broad macro data on NFTs and their demographics, they may exist, but personally, I wouldn't know.
We have a security question, and I think that you put out a tweet storm recently, Maddie, around sort of securing your digital assets. But Tiffany asked, can you share any tips on how to stay cyber safe in the metaverse?
There is a massive tweet on that. It is such a deep topic, and I hesitate to say, because if I'm wrong, then that's a big deal. But there is no limit to how kind of stringent you should be with your security, whether that means to write down your passphrase on paper and keep that paper memorized in your head and rip that paper up so only you know it, whether that means to hide it in a sock somewhere and then take that sock and lock it up in a bank or something, right? There is no madness level here. Like I personally do not click on any links. I personally don't respond to any DMs unless they are 100% known people that I have interacted with before, so there's a message history. I personally click on links maybe using a phone that isn't easily, you'll have to jump in your Trust wallet, and from there you have to buy something. People can't simply hack your phone, so that's one way. I 2FA, 3FA as much as I can, everything. I listen to people that have gotten scammed and what they did to secure it, and other people's opinions. But there is a lot, and I would advise you to just go to DCL blog at Twitter and check out the thread on security, or maybe just Google it, security DCL blog at Twitter, and you'll find a pretty decent thread on all of it.
Wonderful. And just a last question coming in from Warren Smith, who asks, for those of us retail investors that have an interest in investing in the space but do not have the time or skill set to stay abreast of all the development, how would you suggest we achieve this?
In a group. For one person to get involved in this space, I'm telling you from someone that's been in the space 3 to 4 years, that reads up about NFT news probably 8 hours a day, it is very difficult to still be on top of things at this point. One of my friend's most favorite game recently did a drop called Habbo Hotel. I'm sure maybe some of you guys have played it in the past when you guys were young, and I didn't even know about it, and he didn't even know about it, and that dropped 2 days ago. So it's very easy to miss things. It helps being in a group and finding friends, whether that be a Discord community or your personal friends, 3 to 4 people that help scour the web and bring opportunities to your table. It isn't as easy. Maybe you can watch some YouTube tutorials, YouTube videos of people that keep up with the NFT space and find some nuggets there. But at the end of the day, there is no substitute for keeping plugged into the space and reading things and taking time to absorb stuff. It's a very complicated space. It's fast changing. And either you dedicate full time to this, or you get multiple people that collectively dedicate part time to this, but bring ideas to the table that you can reassess. You're not going to catch everything. That's fine. I didn't catch CryptoPunk, shame on me, but you will know what's up there that you can act on. Maybe some of this stuff, you just have to win a few times and you'll do really good.
Yeah, and I'd encourage anyone on the line, if you're not already following Matty on Twitter at DCL Blogger, he is one of the best in terms of his Twitter threads to add value, whether you're new or you've been in the space for a while. So Matty, just wrapping up, and thanks again for your time. Where can people find you other than your Twitter handle that I've just sort of given away? Where do you want to point people to if they want to know more about you and the MetaKey?
Twitter's good. Twitter is what I use to keep quite active. We have a Discord. So if you go to maybe the MetaKey Discord, that might help, because suddenly in that Discord, we talk about NFT strategy. We do radars, we do posts about different up and coming projects and what may be good opportunities to check out. So Discord, bring that up.
I do like the sense of that, but it's like boring.
That should help.
There's nothing to do.
Yeah, go to Discord. And my YouTube.
Run around,
You're right.
just
I do
throwing
a
around
daily live
anywhere.
show, 7
And
p.m.
we do
EST,
find some
which is
people,
9
most of the
a.m.
time they're AFK.
On my YouTube.
Hopefully, I mean, it changes.
All right. Well, thanks again, Matty, for your insights today. Really appreciate it. We've had lots of love for you on the channels. So again, thank you. We're going to stop the recording on this particular session. And next up is Kai Ghani. Thanks again, Matty.
See you guys. Thank you so much.
Kai, if you're there, I'm just going to ask you to unmute yourself and turn on your video. There he is.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you see me?
Recording stopped.
Maddie,
Recording in progress.
If you can just stop your share. Yep, perfect. Excellent. Welcome, Kai. Everybody, this is at Kai Ghani on Twitter. Kai, I'm going to let you give your own spiel, but ultimately you've got one of the coolest topics of the day for sessions, why I left Netflix to sell JPEGs on the internet. If that doesn't spark your interest, I don't know what will. For those that are sort of on Twitter and the Q&A on the Zoom, Kai will be taking questions at the end for about 5 or 10 minutes. So feel free to put those into the Q&A section of this webinar tool. Over to you, Kai. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to just give a story about myself. I think was the premise, and obviously leading up to the fact that I've recently left Netflix and gone full time into the world of NFTs. I know that's something that folks talk about and want to do. So I thought it'd be interesting to kind of say or to show my journey into the space. So let me just pull up a little presentation here. So yeah, so I'm Kai. I'm currently a co-founder at BlockBlock, founder of Meebits DAO. We launched Savage Droids, and yeah, this is my story. So who am I, and how did I get to be here today, and why should you listen to me? Well, I have a pretty varied background. I've worked in startups. I've worked kind of half of my time in the agency world. I've traveled a lot. So I started out in New York and California, where I went to Stanford and worked out of California in the beginning of my career. Then I went to London and spent 17 years in London, met my wife, and really settled over there for a time. Throughout, I was traveling a lot. And the reason why I say all this is because I think it's this background of sort of work experience and seeing people around the world and really wanting to understand how to engage with, as an experienced designer, how to engage with different types of communities and perspectives that I think really kind of primed me for the world of NFTs and primed me for the community that lives around NFTs. And more recently, prior to coming back to the States, and now I'm living in Los Angeles, I was working at a company called Moo, and there I was looking at the physical to digital experience. So Moo is a paper company, a card company, but I was leading up an innovation team around chips. So actually NFC chips inside of cards, where you can unlock different types of digital experiences from the physical world. So that had me thinking about tokenized experiences and how do you make things, how do you represent digital experiences in a physical kind of tokenized object like a business card. So then when I came to the States, I was working at Sony Pictures in video on demand, and on the side, I was kind of interested in still had this understanding of the tokenized digital experiences in my mind, and that's sort of what kind of primed me to get into that NFT space early on. So I'll get into that more, but I went from Sony Pictures, and then I recently went to after that I went to Netflix, and obviously I've left Netflix just this year within the last few months to join BlockBlock and do NFTs full time. So how did it all start? Well, this is how it started. It started with CryptoKitties, and actually, skip the slide. It was a flu in the summer, in the winter of 2017 that led me to just be laid up in my bed online. I recently discovered crypto and did a deep dive on crypto.
I swear those fucking
And then
cats are
around
ugly as
November,
hell.
CryptoKitties came along, and I had nothing
But
better to
they're
do.
worth
So
a lot of money for some
getting
odd
into
reason.
this world of CryptoKitties and trying to understand it and buying and selling CryptoKitties when they launched. I think they were at ETH Denver, and that just sort of got the bug going, I suppose. And I saw, it wasn't just about the cartoon cats. I immediately linked it back to what I had been doing before, and I saw, wow, this is a tokenized digital experience that you can collect, you can trade, you can, you have a sense of digital ownership. So I really was excited about it. And then I also did a deep dive into, how are CryptoKitties being bred. And I thought that was really cool, and this unique way in which they were using the blockchain to, to recombine the DNA code. And I just kind of, as you can see from these blog posts, I just kind of geeked out on it, and eventually cracked the code behind it and figured out what they were doing, and sort of used some of my, even though I've spent most of my career as a designer, I have a CS degree, so I kind of use that background to get into the bit, kind of bit manipulation and, decipher the code. So I kind of did that, and that was fun, and I enjoyed doing that. And then I kind of put it off to one side and didn't really think about it very much. But that later came into play, because what I didn't realize is, while I did that, there was a whole community that I was sort of involved in around CryptoKitties, but that was really digging into this blog post and really using that to understand how to breed and how to really make money from the CryptoKitties. And I think CryptoKitties was important in that a lot of the folks from that time used the lessons learned there to understand how NFTs work and how the NFT markets work, and CryptoKitties, created the template for NFT contracts that most people are using now. So the ERC 721 contracts came out of that, and it really was a template, I think, for what was to come. So that was a really important community to be involved in, and I didn't realize that I was, I just thought I was geeking out, as I was away from my day job. But this turned out to be, I guess, important to the community to really understand how to breed and how to trade, and it's kind of an important document for them. So that sort of played a role later on. Then while I was at Sony, I was really excited about the blockchain, and I was filing some patents, and I thought, this is the future, and this is going to be the time when I can bring Sony to the blockchain, and Sony can be doing NFTs, and we'll see NFTs on the PlayStation, and everything's happening. And this is also the time when the crypto market was going crazy, and everyone was watching Bitcoin go insane, and it felt like this was a ride that was never going to stop, except when it did. And following, as we moved into 2018, we hit a big crypto bust period, and suddenly I found that all the interest, all the sponsors that I was warming up around various projects had gone cold. Crypto went from being something that you could get people in a room very excited about to, if you brought it up in a meeting, it was almost the butt of a joke. So that, for me at least, 2018 was almost a write-off, in that I just realized that it wasn't going to be, at Sony or at other places, it wasn't going to be the time for crypto to really hit mainstream, or for NFTs to hit mainstream, which I found really frustrating, just knowing the potential. And I think seeing everyone involved now sees the same potential, but at the time it just felt like everyone had abandoned it, from my perspective, at least in the corporate world. So that was frustrating, but I just sort of kept my ear to the ground, and I still had faith in the technology, and I felt like, right, we'll wait this out and we'll see where it goes. So then 2019 is an interesting period. So this kind of predates, I think, some people's involvement in NFTs, but what was actually going on is there was a lot of building. So for my personal story, I stayed in touch with Alan from the CryptoKitties time, and he joined Dapper and was kind of instrumental in building out CryptoKitties, the CryptoKitties community, and getting involved in the mechanics of CryptoKitties as a NFT platform, and how the mechanics of it work. So I stayed in touch with Alan throughout, and then there started to be some projects that were catching my attention. There was a project called CryptoVerse that was doing something pretty cool. It was like using, figuring out a puzzle that was kind of like this kind of proof of work thing that was actually people doing the work of figuring out all the different variations of a puzzle, of an Othello puzzle. And it was just really bizarre and off the wall, and didn't make sense. And there were a lot of these projects going on. I got involved later on with a project called Math that was just about adding numbers together on the blockchain. And then we realized, the Alxo who was behind it, we realized together that adding these things together, adding the numbers together, you're actually creating a string of digits that could be represented as images. So you could actually create drawings out of this NFT that's just adding two numbers together. So I started to get back into the community, and I discovered all these folks that all the while had been, a big part of the CryptoKitties community, and sort of knew me from that earlier blog post, and they all just kind of welcomed me into the community and brought me up to speed on what had been going on for the past year that I kind of walked away from the space frustrated. And they, these folks I remain friends with to this day, and we stay in touch. And only, and funnily enough, like only recently do I even know what some of them look like, what some of them sound like. But it's like that's the weird world that we're in, that we know each other by each other's kind of avatars and pseudonyms. But yeah, these folks sort of got me back up to speed on what's going on in the world of crypto. And one person in particular, Jim, was working on a project. So I was also ranting online about, hey, what happens to your image when the servers go down, and realizing that CryptoKitties aren't actually on chain. So it's like, isn't the whole promise of digital ownership that you own the data at the end of the day? So I was asking about that, and that's actually initially how Alan put me in touch with Jim, and Jim was also ranting around about similar things at the time. So then we got into the discussions in this community, got into the discussions of art on chain, and how does art on chain work? And Jim had been working on a project called Avastars, and I got involved in that as an advisor, and really did a deep dive on Avastars, and got excited about what they were doing with putting SVGs on chain, so vector images on chain, and that in a lot of ways predates a lot of what we're seeing now with the profile picture explosion. But Jim kind of set up the system that was doing randomly generated profile pics back then, and in some ways better than the systems we're seeing now, because it was stored on chain, and had this amazing system going back to that project I mentioned before, Clovers, where you could just see all the generated avatars in front of you. So rather than just kind of hitting mint and seeing what you get, it's showing you a gallery of everything, and you could just choose the ones that you wanted, even though they're randomly generated. So he's doing a lot of innovative things that I really got excited about with this whole art on chain movement. But also with art on chain, there was a Eric Calderon, Snowfro on Twitter, launched a platform called Art Blocks. So that I found really interesting. And this was a platform for people to write generative code and put that on chain, and it would create art out of it. So something else that had been going on in my life in parallel is I'd always been doing generative art just as something that didn't really need to see the light of day, but it was just something to blow off steam. And this is something I did just as an experiment while I was working in game design, and I wanted to explore these different patterns that reminded me of the graphics of my youth, and that you had a limited number of colors, and you put them together and they created all these different patterns. So I just worked that up as a project, and I did these kind of generative art projects mostly for myself. But then Art Blocks came along, and I thought, oh, I can put this on the Art Blocks, and if no one else likes it, at least it's fun for me to do. But this turned into a project called 27-Bit Digital, which, to my surprise at the time, just was one of the early Art Blocks projects and sold out. And I found that very exciting. And sort of now I was in this world where I'm with these other generative artists, and I'm sort of seeing myself not just as a designer but as an artist. And from there, I did a few more projects. I did a project called Pixel Glass, and that was in tandem with 27-Bit Digital. I let people redeem the Pixel Glass for a glass print of the 27-Bit Digital. project. So again, exploring this kind of physical, the digital side of things. And yeah, so this is an example of how the glass prints turned out when I sent them to people. I worked on some other projects. So this was a collective card for a project with artists. And Excess Bits was a follow-up project I made based on the original project. So 27-bit digital used a random number, and this used the same random number, but generated a different piece of art. So it's kind of linked to the original project. And then I don't know if this will come up, this will come through audio-wise, but I worked on I started doing collaborations. So there's a collaboration with an artist, CJ Carr, where we did these byte beats and did generative music on chain. So this is a precursor to where we are now, but this is an early collaboration with Savage Dogs. And I'll just skip through some of these, but these are all, what excited me about getting involved with collabs is that I got to work with different artists and got to work with my friends, and we knocked ideas back and forth and came up with something completely new involving each of our styles. So something else I did in parallel was as an NFT artist and as a Black NFT artist, I was looking around and trying to figure out where the other Black NFT artists were, knowing that they exist. But I did a campaign where I called it during Black History Month. I called it Black NFT Month, and each day I started midway through the month, but each day of the month I went out and I tried to discover a new Black NFT artist and bought their work. And through that process, I found a few artists who went on to be much bigger. And I think the lesson there is, it's always worthwhile to seek out up and coming artists and to seek out artists from underrepresented communities and LGBTQ and women artists. And I think if you look for artists that you just enjoy their work, then that's a reward in itself. But also you might hit on artists that are up and coming. And some of the artists that I found here, these were some of their early works, and they've gone on to do amazing things. So I think it's the lesson I learned there. I hadn't done as much outside of collectibles, and I was a little bit confused about how to go about buying art or who should I buy art from, thinking about it from a collectible standpoint. But I realized that you just have to go for kind of what the art that resonates with you, and that's the right art to buy. So then earlier this year, Meebits was a project by Larva Labs, the makers of CryptoPunks, and it came out and captured the attention of a lot of people in the space because they made a 3D NFT avatar where you could download the avatar, and they put out the challenge, I guess, to the community that use these to build the metaverse. So there was this open-ended challenge that really was exciting, and everyone was excited that Larva Labs was doing this. Also that they were doing something that spoke to building the metaverse and having more utility from your NFT than just something that you would collect and look at. But there wasn't like an immediate roadmap or an immediate next step. So we started thinking, well, what if we create a Meebits DAO? Because we were also interested in the DAO space and understanding how do DAOs work, and these types of organizations that are meant to be decentralized, but people were talking a lot about, but we didn't see any in action. So this was one of the first projects I did as an advisor to BlockBlock, where we were asking the question, like, how do we learn what DAOs are doing? Probably the best way to find out is to try to build one ourselves. And then Meebits came along, and it seemed like a really nice pairing where we could say, well, why not try to build a DAO around Meebits where the community could try to build the future of the metaverse, and build the building blocks of the metaverse, as we say, based on the Meebit as the starting point. So, you know, give utility to your Meebits, see if we could get Meebits into all the virtual worlds, and what can we do with it. So we started creating this community and just put it out there, and we're surprised at how you know, the feedback and how much support we got for the idea. And when we launched the founders and brought the founders in and opened up the treasury to the founders, we raised $500,000 in ETH. And for me, that was the first proof point of, you know, wow, this is something that I enjoy. This is something on the side, but there's also real interest. There's also a real sort of viable model for doing things, for fundraising around a project, for fundraising around the business. So this was, I guess, the first proof point while I was at Netflix, but advising Block that kind of tipped me in the direction of, you know, maybe there's something here that I could do full time. So that brings us up to date with Block. So Block was the company that I was advising. So that it consists of currently 2 co-founders with myself, Bart DeCreme and Mark Mayo, both kind of veteran industry entrepreneurs and folks that have done this time and again successfully. So that again made it easier for me to take the leap. But really, it was us starting to build things together and feeling like we were having some success, and just seeing the space. And together, you know, I brought what I had been doing at Netflix to the mix, where originally Block was kind of maybe an open-ended blockchain lab. Together, we got this focus around, we're building franchise IP for the metaverse. And one of the first projects that we've launched with that focus is Savage Droid. So again, working with the artist that I mentioned prior, Martin Beckerman, who had been doing Savage Dogs, and had this bigger picture of a story world and a story and a narrative universe that is in his, you know, he started to portray through his NFTs. We thought that could be a good starting point for us to explore this idea of franchise IP for the metaverse. And what we mean by franchise IP for the metaverse is this seems to be what people are looking for. So when people buy a Bored Ape or you know, a Meebit or a CryptoKitty maybe, it seems like people are expecting there's, you know, what more will come for it? Maybe a game, maybe something more. But when people say things like, oh, wouldn't it be great if a Bored Ape made an appearance in the Super Bowl commercial, or something along the lines of that, it sounds like the community is really looking for these collectibles to find a new life in, whether it's television or movies or whether it's games. It coming from my perspective, coming out of Netflix, that to me speaks to franchise IP. So it's if we're in a world where you know, people are experimenting with and creating new characters and new narratives and new story worlds, with Block, we want to say, well, what if we use our background, you know, me from Netflix, Bart with a history in you know, from Disney and launching some of the #1 apps on the App Store, and Mark with his technical expertise and having launched big open source projects at Mozilla. It's like together we feel like we could approach this in a way that is unique and can really you know, think about how you launch a franchise in a way that's more than just a roadmap. Like, how do you actually do this? How do you actually connect the dots from a collectible through to something that exists in media? So that's kind of our thesis for the company, and that's something we're excited to get started on the journey of. And it was a big enough opportunity for me to take the leap from Netflix and to do this full time.
Very fascinating, Kai. Thank you so much. We've had a lot of questions come in, and we may not get all to all of them right now, but I'll give you a couple of the top ones that I've seen, and then maybe anyone else that doesn't have their question answered might like to reach out to you on Twitter, potentially at Kai Ghani. So starting off with from Chi, she says, hi Kai, why do you think Meebits is not getting the same love and attention as the punks, considering they're both created by Lava Labs? I'm sure you've had that question quite a bit over the journey.
Yeah, sure. So I don't know that. I mean, that could be interpreted different ways. I don't know why that it's not getting the same love and attention as punks. I think it's earlier in its journey than punks. You know, so going back through the story I told, when I came back from the NFT winter, I was looking at punks, and I you know, punks were going for like 1, 2, 3 ETH, and I didn't really think much about them. I know that the community I was in was sort of going wild about them, but that seemed kind of strange and expensive, and you know, that was an opportunity that, you know, before punks were punks. So I think, you know, you could be looking back at Meebits in 5 years and see the same situation where you know, they're well above floor. So I don't think it's that they've been neglected by the community or that they've been forgotten about. I think it's just early in their life, and it's early in their, you know, if we're imagining they're going to be this avatar from the metaverse, you know, we're not even, the metaverse isn't even built out in a form that you can have an avatar running around in the way that I think we imagine we would like. So I don't know if that's a.
Yeah, I think the floor price is done quite well in the last sort of couple of months, even for Meebits. This one from Jake. Hi, Kai. What have been your favorite NFT project gamification strategies so far?
So that's an interesting one. I mean, I think it's tricky. So I spent a lot of time in the blockchain game space. Like I played you know, Crypto Space Commanders and some other ones, and what I found is that what's hard is that if you approach a game in some ways that you just sort of add an NFT into them, it can kind of ruin the fun in that you get the communities playing either a grinding mechanic where they're just trying to get the value out of the token that's being generated, or they're trying to play in a way that they get the higher value. I mean, it's like the market forces can effectively corrupt the fun of the game. So I kind of think that the NFT aspect of it, you know, this is just my thinking, I don't know if it's true or not, is that I think the NFT aspect of it has to be orthogonal to the gameplay, in that if there you know, there are ways in which you can decorate your characters, or ways in which you can sort of collect things, and you know, things that award, you know, rewards and trophies that come out of it that are kind of badging, and maybe they're unlockables, maybe they're things that fall out of the game and mean something to a DAO. So I think they could be part of a broader ecosystem. But I think when you make the game economy central to the crypto economy central to the game, I haven't really seen, I know maybe some people will say Axes, I haven't really seen an example of that works for me as a model.
Yeah. Last question, Kai. What are the recommended tools in your view to create awesome NFTs? It's a broad question, but is there any 1 or 2 resources that you would point people to?
NFT creation. Well, as an advisor to NFT 42 and Nameless, I would say, you know, wait for Nameless to launch their platform. They're launching an NFT platform. But it's for the most part, we've been doing things working directly with developers and building the platform out. So I know that's not an easy route to go because it's hard to find developers, but there are, you know, if given a developer, there are set patterns for, you know, there's standards for these things now that it's fairly well known, and there's not a lot of sort of building from scratch risk if you're doing something that's fairly conventional. So I still kind of steer people down the path of, you know, find a way to do your own contract and to get a contract made for your NFT, rather than going to the platforms that will just you know, use a kind of collective contract. But there are a few minting sites out there now. I've always been looking for, I'm still kind of looking for the lazy minting platform where you can just upload your assets and you know, the buyer will mint and pay the gas as they're minting them. But I think we're still early days, and you know, it's, yeah, there's not a great answer to that, I don't think.
No worries. Well, thanks again, Kai. Where can people find you other than Twitter? Do you want to point them in any direction if they want to learn about Meebits DAO and any other projects that you're leading?
Yeah, I mean, Twitter is the best place to reach me, at Kaigani, as you see in the corner of my screen over there on the Medium. I mean, Medium, I've been showing some of the Medium posts throughout, so I always post Medium. At MeBitsDAO for MeBitsDAO, and that's going to be opening up for general membership soon, so that's something to look out for. But yeah, I would say primarily Twitter, and I would say Discord, but because of MeBitsDAO, I can't even see friend requests now, so Twitter is probably the best way to reach me.
No worries. Well, thanks again, Kai, for being involved in NFT Fest Australia. Really appreciate the time. I know it's in the evening there for you in the US. We are now going to transition into our
Recording
sports panel.
stopped.
So if you can just stop
Recording
your
in progress.
Stop your share screen, Kai, that would be wonderful. And then just in about 20 seconds, we're going to bring to the front Jeremy Loliga, the commissioner of the NBL Basketball League. We have Hannah Glass. Hannah, have you got your, yes, I can see Hannah. Hannah is a senior associate at King & Wood Mallisons. And do we have Caroline Carnegie, the managing director of Melbourne Victory? Caroline, if you can put your camera on. Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to change my view so I don't see all these boxes. Okay, thanks for joining us. This is our sports panel of the day. My name again is Greg Oakford, for those that didn't catch my little talk earlier this morning. I'm wearing two hats today. I'm wearing the co-founder of NFT Fest Australia, and I'm also wearing a senior marketer hat at Golf Australia. So what you have in front of you is someone in Hannah who is very knowledgeable in the NFT space and working for a law firm that's at the forefront of digital assets. You have Jeremy, who heads up the NBL, and I'm sure plenty of people want to hear from Jeremy, particularly with the emergence of NBA Top Shot. We have Caroline Carnegie, the managing director of Melbourne Victory Football Club, and myself from Golf Australia. So I'm going to play moderator for this panel. Before I do, Jeremy, can I just go around the horn, starting with you, and maybe just a 30-second sort of intro to you and what sort of the NBL is concentrating on at the moment?
Yeah, sure. Thanks very much, Greg. And apologies to everyone for the baseball cap. Those of you who are in Melbourne or Sydney probably sympathise, but I assure you it's better than the alternative of removing it. Look, from an innovation and an NFT point of view, we're actually going to market today for the first time with an RFP in respect of the NFT collectibles space. So timing for us is perfect to have this conversation. Really impressed by what others are doing around the world, and obviously we're scrambling at the moment to try and finalise a schedule for the coming season. Currently anticipated to kick off in the middle of November, and there's every expectation that we have an NFT product out in market at some point during this coming season.
That is very, very exciting for basketball fans. And Jeremy, I think many are aware that the NBL has had a renaissance of late, and has strong ties with the NBA, which I'll sort of look back to you shortly on. Over to you, Hannah. Can you give us a little bit of an introduction to the audience, please?
Thanks so much, Greg, and I apologise in advance for the sound quality here. As is inevitable, my computer has decided to crash, so I'm dialing in from my phone. But thanks also for the introduction. I'm a senior associate at King & Wood Mallisons, and my practice spans everything to do with blockchain, fintech, crypto assets, non-fungible tokens, and then of course the more traditional side in terms of payments and financial services. So it's really at that intersection of technology and the law, and non-fungible tokens, as we've been talking about today, really are that technology which brings together and bridges that world of the effectively metaverse, but also the real world, because the whole idea is that we're living our lives online. We are seeking new ways of connecting within this environment. And sport is, of course, an incredible part of our lives. And when we think about how people crave connection with, whether it be their team, whether it be a particular player, the opportunities in this space, not just from collectibles, but across the spectrum, whether it be membership, ticketing, just opportunities to meet people, all of that can be enabled using this new technology in a way that we just haven't been able to do before, because of the way that we actually connect these digital signatures really to a blockchain, which can then be traded, transferred, and verified.
Thanks very much, Hannah, and look forward to hearing a little bit more from you around sort of IP implications, et cetera, as we get this conversation started. And Caroline from Melbourne Victory. Caroline, can you give us a little bit of a backstory on your role at Melbourne Victory? And also, I think what would be helpful, we have a lot of people tuning in from all around the globe. So just to give a little bit of a backstory of who the Melbourne Victory Football Club is.
Yeah, no problems, Greg. I fear coming off the back of Hannah, I know far less about NFTs than anybody else on the panel, and certainly less than Hannah. So I'm the Managing Director at Melbourne Victory. Melbourne Victory, we would like to say, is one of the premier soccer professional top tier clubs in Australia. We're going through a really exciting time at the moment. Our entire league sort of separated from our regulator earlier in this year. A new brand was launched for the league yesterday, and there's a lot of exciting opportunities that are coming with that at league level. But also from a Melbourne Victory level, we're really keen to further explore how we might be able to do some further work in the NFT space just on our own, as well as part of the sort of broader spectrum. For me, I've been in this role for 3.5 odd months, but 6.5 years on the board at Melbourne Victory as well. So pretty familiar with how we do things, and we're trying to do them a little bit different. And this space presents a great opportunity for us to look at doing that as well.
Thanks very much, Caroline. And Steve or Rochelle, I've got lots of flashing things in my face right now that I can't keep up with questions, but I am happy to take a few questions for our panelists if we have time at the end. So if you guys could just have a look on the Zoom chat and the Q&A and feed me a few of those at the end if we have time, that would be wonderful. But swinging back to you, Jeremy, you're essentially just dropped a bit of alpha for everyone on the line around what the NBL is going to do. You may not be able to give too much away, but could we be seeing the NBL adopting a very similar version of the NBA Top Shot model?
Yeah, look, I think the straight out collectibles market of Top Shot is an opportunity that we'll likely pursue. It won't be the same thing, but the basic concept of a digital collectible that you can swap and sell and trade, I think that's going to become pretty standard in the sporting industry. And in fact, in the rest of the world, it's already become pretty standard. We actually have some advantages and some disadvantages as compared to the NBA in that space. So the first, I guess, is from a disadvantage point of view or a con, less liquidity. A smaller population here, a lesser known code, literally fewer athletes by a significant factor. But the trade-off obviously is scarcity. And when you're talking about NFTs, scarcity is not necessarily a bad thing. But then also we have greater flexibility in terms of our archival content. You think about how the NBA must be trying to capitalize on the huge cataloged archive that they must have in place. But in order to actually make use of it and to derive any value from it, you're going and negotiating with the likes of Michael Jordan and Magic Johnson. And that's even where they appear in the background of a clip of a lesser known player who might be easier to negotiate with. So it's pros and cons, but I think the magic isn't in the straight out collectible space. That's the baseline use, I think, of NFTs in a sporting concept, in a sporting industry. It's an obvious first step and relatively easy money, I guess. But it's not any more engaging necessarily for a consumer out there than potentially physical collectibles. So the real opportunity for me is how you engage fans with all kinds of different tokens, particularly tokens that have a utility that encourage their ongoing participation in something. It's the gamification of the NFT concept that is really interesting to me. There are hardcore completionists out there, the catch them all mentality. But if you open it up to gamification, you capture an entirely new audience and potentially a way to drive other aspects of your more traditional business as well, including broadcast as an obvious example.
Thanks, Jeremy. Just staying with you quickly on the NBA Top Shot. In your discussions with various execs at the NBA, do you have any sort of visibility on sort of what percentage of new fans were introduced to the NBA via essentially NFTs in the Top Shot product? And do you have sort of optimistic views that could translate in maybe a smaller way here locally?
I think it was more the other way around. I think it was the traction that the NBA already had was introducing people to NFTs for the first time. And if you look at their platform, it evidences the fact that they've tried to make it as easy to use for someone who's not experienced in the NFT or blockchain or crypto environment. They're trading in fiat currencies for the most part. You don't have to get into the trade or liquidation element in order to have fun and just enjoy the completionist aspect of it. We're now, I guess, trying to capitalize on the fact that they and other truly global sporting codes have migrated fans into the NFT space, and that's now triggered their enthusiasm in the NFT space in sport. And now we will try and leverage those NFT aficionados to bring more eyeballs to our sport. So yeah, it definitely goes in both directions. But I would say that the NBA did a great service to the NFT industry by introducing millions of new people to the concept.
Absolutely. Hannah, you mentioned yesterday when we had a brief chat that, we talk about NFTs just being NFTs, but ultimately there's a variety of different NFTs. Do you want to just add a little bit sort of on what your thoughts are around sort of the different types of NFTs and how you sort of see implications around the NBA Top Shot model with sort of broadcaster IP, et cetera?
Sure thing. I think before we get into that, the first thing is, as you say, broadcast. And as Jeremy was just identifying, even at the base level of collectible, when you look at that, there is so much IP and so many legal rights that are wrapped up in that one image. And it is the individuals, it is any sponsoring that appears in the background. You need to get their permission to include that. Any music, you then need to have permission to license that music. You then need to pay the royalties on the back of it. You may need to even speak to industry bodies such as AMCOS. You may need to speak to music publishers. All of this for one short, even 30 or 10 or 5-second clip. I mean, that's completely different to the way that we think about some of the earlier iterations of these non-fungible tokens, such as CryptoKitties, where it's really just an image where you don't have to go and negotiate these incredibly complex deals behind the scene. But realistically, that's exactly what this is. Because the whole point of an NFT is that it's actually simply the technological mechanism by which we are able to link this particular collectible ticket right to a blockchain to show, yes, that was purchased, or yes, that was provided at a particular time for a particular person to someone else. That's really all it is at a fundamental level. What matters so much more than that, or gives it the value, is not necessarily the NFT. It's actually all of this other set of arrangements that is built into the NFT at the time that you acquire it. I think Jeremy's point there around, how can we use these to actually bring more fans in, to engage with them better in the area of sport is 100% correct, because it is the bridge between the image, which have a whole raft of legal rights that you've got to think through before you're even able to make that available, with what you're actually doing. And when you talk about the bridge between the NFT and the physical, it's not just a matter of saying, I've got this image and I can view it on my screen. I can maybe put it up as a moving image in my house. It's actually then, this moving image also gives me a right to, say, membership of the club. And then you bring into that NFT all of those rights you already have if you're a member of a team in the NBL or Melbourne Victory. And then you've got something which is more valuable perhaps than the current membership, because not only do you have your existing rights, but you also potentially have something that is tradable in a different way. But again, subject to whatever rights you've actually provided. So for instance, if a football club says, we would like to give you your membership either in the form of a non-fungible token or the current membership, except the current one is non-transferable, but the NFT is. Well, perhaps you've created a form of membership which is even more valuable, because you can say at the end of the season or even halfway through the season, you know, you're moving somewhere else, you're unable to make it to the game, but you've got a friend who's also a fan and you want to transfer the membership to them. Well, it's possibly more valuable than the existing membership. And so you change the way that you as an organization have a relationship with the people who are interested in this area. But in order for that to happen, you've got to think beyond the technology. You've got to think of what are the rights that you're providing someone. How do you make those rights available? How do you set them up in those legal contracts that are provided at the same time that you provide that NFT to make sure that these are properly provided and enforceable? Because ultimately, we're talking about businesses. We're not talking about something which is just in the realm of the metaverse. We're talking about something in the real world, which has that interaction, which if you go to the true meaning of the metaverse and the true meaning of NFTs, it's about having something unique and about being able to enforce that in whichever realm you're operating.
You make a very good point there, Hannah. And, you know, it's not for people like Jeremy and Caroline and myself working in sports, there's a lot more T's to cross and I's to dot when we're talking in that regard. So they're very good points. Looping into Caroline and the Melbourne Victory. Caroline, similar to Jeremy, sort of as a global sport, both, you know, football and basketball. I'll probably get shot as a Melburnian saying calling it football, but you were nice enough to come today. So we'll call it football for the next 15 minutes. What are you sort of seeing globally in the world of football, in the NFT land, and what type of appetite do you think, you know, Melbourne Victory supporters will have for NFTs?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Obviously, overseas, they're doing probably a lot more than we've started to do traditionally here in the space. And I think Jeremy's point about it not the collectibles being the base is how Melbourne Victory is certainly looking at it. So I mentioned before that we're heading into a new era with the way the league is structured now here in Australia being quite different. And there will be, similar to what Jeremy's doing in basketball, there'll be league properties, no doubt, and there's investigations happening at the moment in terms of how that might translate into NFTs at clubland and overarching. I think for Melbourne Victory's perspective, we need to look, and we're trying to look beyond that as well. And there's definitely the collectible side, but there's also just the potential, as Hannah touched on, to, you know, the engagement, the revenue, the technology side, that we can actually look a lot broader than just a collectible model about other ways we can deliver and engage to fans. And we can look at monetizing tickets and memberships in a different way, possibly once we get past COVID restrictions, but after that, start to think about different ways. And I think our fans want that, as in they might not necessarily understand the NFT space or that that's how we can deliver it, but people are always now, it's so competitive to sell a membership product or anything else that we might need to do, that you've got to be at the cutting edge of all of the sorts of tech and innovation that we can leverage off from our sport overseas and here in order to make sure you can grow your club.
Yeah, I think a couple of points really for me is the flexibility and fun that comes with NFTs. You know, there is a relatively strong onboarding process required when you're first getting into NFTs, but shaking up sort of traditional season ticket, to be talking in sort of the NBA's language, and Mark Cuban's sort of been on the record saying that I think the Dallas Mavericks are going to do a few of their season tickets as NFTs. And, you know, Jeremy, you would know more than anyone that, you know, certain games are going to sell out more than others. So, you know, you may be able to make 50% of your output of that season ticket just in one particular game if you put that on the market.
Yeah, that's right. Dynamic pricing with ticketing here is something that's always been difficult. They're really used to it in the US, but the resale of a ticket, whether or not it's a membership or a standard ticket or even a corporate box suites, that's become pretty common practice in the US, and we've not done it particularly well here. NFTs make it a lot safer and more convenient. I'm thinking collectibles that actually will vary over time based on performance. And yes, that's interesting for a fan. It's also interesting for the player. What about if the player contract is tied to an NFT? Whether that NFT is associated with the player's performance or the club's performance or the league's performance, so that all of a sudden you have not only a greater level of engagement with your fans, but a greater level of engagement with your athletes, who are then champions for not only their own personal brand, but the brand of their team, the brand of the league, and that they have a vested interest in driving that alongside you. I think the utility of these things is not limitless, but I don't think we're scratching the surface yet. And I think there's a huge amount of innovation to come in this space, and it's going to benefit athletes, but certainly rights holders and clubs if we play it well.
And I think LaMelo Ball, someone very familiar to you, Jeremy, with the NBL, released his own NFT earlier this year that, to your point, had sort of for certain token holders, if he leads the league in assists or whatever it might be, achievement, that certain token holders would be rewarded for holding that particular token of LaMelo was to lead the league in assists. A question back to you, Jeremy, then I'm going to go back to you, Caroline, before coming back to Hannah. But Jeremy, the success of the NBL Next Star program with that strong ties with the NBA, and sort of when we do talk about the RJ Hamptons of the world and LaMelo Balls of the world that have been here the last few years. You spoke about liquidity earlier. Had you had the opportunity to put out sort of NBL Next Star NFTs around those two individuals, how do you think they would be priced now in today's market?
Well, in fact, we still do, because it comes back to Hannah's point around who owns the rights to what. But everything in broadcast and imagery from around their time here, we have the rights to. Now there's still an issue in terms of name, image, and likeness, but there's still a deal to be done there. And certainly, LaMelo is one that we would continue to explore. We would hark back to looking at other former players as well. You imagine minting an NFT, a gaze to Copeland alley-oop from back in the day. We have all of that footage, and we've got the guys on board and who are huge advocates for the sport and the league. And there's a really significant groundswell of bringing the past into the future. So we're very keen on those sorts of ideas. No doubt, though, in terms of Next Stars program, it could be really significant. And in fact, many of the parties we're talking to at the moment in respect of our RFP in this space are just as, if not more, interested in international markets because of exactly those kinds of players that you mentioned. And the liquidity is so much greater in North America, but also in Europe, where the NFT market in sport is really well developed because of all the football clubs that have adopted it. So there could be an avenue even for different properties and different rights into different countries. It's no mistake that, or no coincidence that we've got, I think, 6 Next Stars this season coming from Europe. And just like we did with RJ and LaMelo, it opened up a whole new market into North America for us. Those guys will do the same in terms of Europe this year. We've got 3 of the biggest names, well, literally speaking, coming out of Asia to play in the NBL this year, the most promising young Filipino basketballer and 2 of the best Chinese basketballers, both from their national team, coming and joining the league. And those markets are far more mature, and I can tell you a lot of the people lining up expressing interest in building those products for us have those specific markets in mind.
Caroline, in terms of sort of star attractions, and you've had a few in your time at the club, how do you sort of approach looking at NFTs, whether it's sort of the new wave of stars coming through that you can capitalize there, or grabbing those sort of global stars that have been in the twilight of their career that then come back?
Yeah, I think from an NFT space, there's 2 different things that we need to deal with. And we've obviously got collective bargaining agreements as a sport, which impacts the manner in which we might look at these things for our current players. And then we have, as Jeremy's sort of spoken to, separate arrangements that you can reach, which has got the archive footage, or we've got some of the, our past stars who we can actually bring as part of a connection into the club by looking at how we can do projects like this with them together, which is sort of where Melbourne Victory is at the moment. I think it's incredibly exciting what you can do with our academy space. So slightly differently to what basketball's got, and we're in a bit of a rebuild and review phase of our academy at the moment. But if you think about the opportunities to tie in with NFTs, with player announcements, players going through your academy into onto the big stage, and even on sales and transfers of players overseas, I think there's an enormous opportunity for us to look at it from both aspects.
Hannah, would you like to chime in on that?
Sure thing. I think one of the brilliant parts about this is we've been talking about this as NFTs for collectibles, NFTs to change membership, NFTs around ticketing. If this is successful, we're going to stop talking about NFTs. We're just going to talk about the next generation of collectibles, the next generation of ticketing, the next generation of membership, of interactions. And Caroline, what you were saying is this is all about, you know, how do we interact with fans? How do we change those relationships? How do we build those networks internationally? Because players do move internationally, Jeremy, as you were saying. They're not just people who were born in Australia who play here. So you can actually then leverage and build those communities even stronger using these new technologies. But actually, it's not a matter of it's an NFT for this. It's a matter of this is the collectible. This is the original one that was minted for this particular rookie. This is the original ticket that someone purchased which was actually connected to that particular game or match that someone played it. Now, that, you know, we currently have people who buy and sell on-sale tickets after the event because they have certain properties. We're going to see that here too, except instead of trying to find a piece of paper you've probably lost and you no longer and has faded, you've still got that digital ticket. And so you can then actually leverage that going forward. So we're changing the nature of this. We're changing those relationships. And perhaps you say it's not just a matter of I've got the ticket stub. It's I've got the ticket stub and it's connected to something else. And there's someone going right. And there's some way of contacting a club or sending a message. All of this gets wrapped up in the NFT. It's a combination of the smart contracts and the underlying technology with those legal relationships. But going forward, we're not going to talk about it as an NFT. That's just what enables this to actually happen. That's what enables these new relationships to form.
It's a very good point, Hannah, and something at golf that we're considering for our professional events when that gets back up on and running, such as the Australian Open, is actually sort of having those digital ticket stubs, but they may be attached for certain token holders for a free lesson with a PGA professional. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. Looping back, we've got just time for one or two questions. So here we've got, I'll put this to everyone, whoever wants to jump in first. Are we likely to see collaboration between clubs or even codes and leagues to get scale for NFTs in Australian sport, given the size of the population? Who wants to take that one?
I think those discussions are certainly happening at the moment between, well, it's interesting the people who will step into that gap. And I think broadcasters, you know, people who own rights to footage from multiple codes will certainly seek to step in and play a role in that space. I mean, it won't be long, I'm sure, before the likes of KO or Optus Sports or the like are trying to capitalize on the highlight rights that they have across multi-codes and do precisely that.
Absolutely. Did you have any thoughts on that, Caroline?
Yeah, I just echo what Jeremy said. I think that's 100% right. It sort of makes sense that everybody does work together to maximise the opportunity, and obviously everyone will want their piece of the pie in doing so, but I think the broadcasters and media will have a bit to do with bringing everybody together on the same page.
Hannah, just lastly, there's a lot of people outside of golf, basketball and football on this call, I know personally today, that work in the sports industry. What advice would you have to them as they start to navigate an NFT strategy from a legal perspective?
I think the first thing to work out is what do you actually want to provide to people? Start with what are you giving someone? Don't start with the NFT. Start with it's a collectible and this is the image. Start with it's a ticket and these are the additional rights that we want to provide to someone. From there, you say, okay, well, we've worked that out. The technology is going to be an NFT. So you then need to pick your blockchain platform and think about things such as what's the longevity of the platform, how robust is the community to develop and maintain that? How can people actually access this particular thing? Do they need Ethereum or Algo, or Ether or Algo, or do they need to actually just use a credit card? And then, of course, you actually need to say, well, also, what platform am I providing this to people on? And how do I make sure that this gives them the rights that they want? Because ultimately, it's not a matter of what does the platform allow you to have? It's actually what do you in the sporting industry want to provide to the people who are acquiring these? And then you've got to work through, well, that all sits in a contract. how does it work on the front end? And then, of course, the back end, you've got to make sure you have the broadcast right. You've got to make sure you have the permissions to use someone's image. You've got to make sure you have the copyright, because if you don't have this, you can't pass it on. So there's a lot that goes into it, but start with, what do you want to give people and who do you want to give it to? Are you targeting your fans? Are you targeting your members? Are you targeting people who like a particular player? Start from there and then work through it, because that is the most important thing, is what is your business and what do you want to give to people? How do you want to engage using this new technology?
Thank you so much, Hannah. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Jeremy. Jeremy, just quickly, for any NBL fans on the line, and I'd certainly like to customize Ricky Grace from the early 90s with those old NFTs, but where can people find what's happening in this upcoming NBL drop?
It's a very good question. Whether or not it's native in the app or web-based, or you'll have to wait and see. There'll be an announcement coming hopefully in probably the next 4 to 6 weeks, I would imagine, of how we will be activating this coming season. But watch this space, it's pretty cool.
Wonderful. Well, thanks again, everyone. I'm now going to hand over to Adriana Bellotti for our 1:30 session.
Recording
Greg.
stopped.
Hi, everybody.
Recording in progress.
Hi, everybody. I'm Adriana Bellotti. I am the host and producer of the Blockchain Pro podcast. I work with Prismatic and the Aileron Foundation as well. I've been running meetups since 2015. So long time in the community. I'm joined today with the amazing Bob Kuba, Ethereum developer, the most generous member of the Sydney blockchain community. He's been teaching everybody who wants to learn Solidity for a very long time. Also, Daniel Ba, founder of BitForward, who ran blockathons in Sydney and where we had Crypto Cats back in 2017-18. Lots of history there. And Ray Mogg from Mycelium, also co-founder of TracerDAO. And we will be starting today with a presentation about the anatomy of an NFT. And then we follow that with our down the rabbit hole conversation. Take it over, Ray.
Thanks, Adriana, and thank you everyone for joining today. I'll just go ahead and share my screen. I'm just going to give a very quick sort of introduction to NFTs themselves and also the technical side of things. Do you have that all good, the screen, Adriana?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I want to walk through the anatomy of an NFT, kind of to dispel the myth that NFTs are these really complex things that no one can understand. And I just want to sort of open everyone's eyes up to the fact that they're actually quite simple. And I think by understanding them, you'll have a bit more of an appreciation for the actual space as a whole. So yeah, just to start, I want to touch on a really good quote from Hal Finney back from 1993. I think this is a good starting point because it sort of foreshadows what NFTs have become today, but also it's a good example for what an NFT actually is. So NFT itself stands for non-fungible token. And what that actually means in terms of like the real world, in his example here, you can see he compares digital cash to cryptographic trading cards, which I think is actually a really good way to think about it. So cash is fungible. If I have $5 and you have $5, we can sort of trade them, and yeah, they're interchangeable. Whereas non-fungible is basically each one is unique. And this is obviously one of the simplest ways to think about it. We don't need to go down the art rabbit hole too early. You can just think about it as something that's unique that you can own. So when we sort of move on from that, what actually is an NFT in terms of the current blockchain ecosystem? I think the best starting point for that is ERC 721. So if you've been around the space at all, ERC is just an Ethereum standard. And this 721 standard basically defines how a NFT smart contract should be structured. And this is really important because it allows things such as OpenSea to actually exist. So we'll touch on this a little bit later, but by having a standard that everyone conforms to, it means that NFTs can be interoperable, we can build platforms, we can build experiences, as other people have touched on, that sort of bring these NFTs out into the world. They're not segregated and isolated. So in terms of diving a bit deeper into the actual anatomy of what an NFT actually is, there's sort of two really important things I wanted to touch on. And these are two parts of the specification. So there is a owner of, and there's also a token URI. So in terms of what this actually means, the owner of basically allows us to prove who owns a specific NFT. So touching earlier, Maddie actually presented this earlier on, that Twitter is looking at integrating provable ownership of NFTs. This essentially allows us to prove that a certain Ethereum address owns an NFT. And this is one of the biggest selling points currently for NFTs. You have provable ownership, you have provable provenance. You can show you're the true owner of one of these NFTs. The other interesting thing that I think once you sort of start diving into the space, you'll pick up on is this token URI. So a URI is essentially just like a web URL. And how this works for NFTs is this actually points to the metadata itself. So I've got an example here of what that actually looks like. So you can see here on the left, this is the metadata that returns from the Bored Ape Yacht Club contract. And on the right is the actual image of that ape. The reason this is actually important is what you actually own and what is actually recorded on the blockchain forever is this metadata. So you can see it lays out the traits of the ape, it lays out a link to an image, and this is what's stored with your actual NFT. So really all an NFT is the combination of ownership and some metadata. Currently, the big thing is art. There's no reason this needs to be art. We've seen new projects come out where they've actually excluded art altogether and just gone with raw metadata. And I think a lot of things are sort of going to grow in this space. Now, the reason I wanted to touch on this to sort of start off this anatomy of an NFT talk was basically the token metadata is actually really, really important. And as someone coming into the space, I think it's probably one of the first things that people should start understanding, that it's not just about this image that you own. There's actually something more to it. So I'll sort of touch on the three ways that metadata currently works on Ethereum and also on other blockchains. So there's kind of three different approaches that people take. There is the centralized metadata approach. So basically this is just where that token URI that I sort of briefly touched on, that just points to a centralized server. So in this case, the metadata is owned by someone, they can modify it, they can delete it if they wanted to. I've got some sort of probing questions there, but you can kind of see how this becomes problematic, especially when you think you own something on the blockchain that's going to be immutable and it's going to exist forever. And then you're pointing that to centralized metadata, which is actually the key bit of the NFT. So on this previous example, if someone could go and change the image that that points to, then what am I left with? I don't really own that image anymore. I just own some metadata that's listed there that used to point to this image. So after centralized metadata, there's IPFS metadata, which is what this previous example actually showed. So IPFS is Interplanetary File System. It's a distributed file storage network, basically. And what this means is data is immutable. So someone can't go and change my image. Someone can't go and change my traits. I know that I own this NFT as long as it stays on IPFS. The only problem with IPFS is that you need to have someone in the network holding the data, which is usually reliable, but if you're not careful with it, IPFS data can stop being pinned, is the term they use. And finally, there's full on-chain data. So CryptoPunks do this currently. They pretty much store all their data on-chain. And what this means is you not only have all your data with your NFT forever, but you also inherit all the properties of a blockchain itself. So someone can't change your metadata, someone can't change your image, it won't go down. And I think understanding this is super critical. So just to sort of wrap up this whole brief introduction to some of the basic underlyings of an NFT, the actual value in an NFT lies with the token metadata itself. And because of that, I think it's important that people do have some understanding of what they're sort of using and what they're interacting with. In the same way that people say, if you don't own, not your keys, not your crypto, you can almost say like, not your metadata, not your NFT. If you don't have certainty that the metadata is going to be there forever, then what you thought you own may not be the same as what you actually end up owning. And yeah, just to wrap it up, I have a few brief resources that you can pop onto after this. And yeah, it should teach you a little bit more about sort of what I've briefly touched on there. And if you want to go deeper, feel free to reach out to me as well. You're on mute, Adrian.
Okay, sorry, I'm using my iPad. Okay, I was just saying, I'm going to make a t-shirt saying, not your metadata, not your NFT. That's the next thing on my agenda. Awesome, thank you. Bucky, let's give a shout out to the noobs first who are watching today, and they were commenting earlier that they don't know anything about how to get started. So Bucky, let's take them through the steps of buying their first NFT.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Buying your first NFT, you've got to go through complicated steps first to work out how to hold your crypto. And there are so many things you have to worry about. Crypto, you'll have private keys that live on your computers. You have to learn how to manage all these things. So take it slowly. If you want to learn crypto, $100, $200, try to exchange it into some digital currency. I'm an Ethereum maximalist, so Ethereum Ethers is where you should be looking into, and the layer 2s around Ethers, because these are the trustless blockchains that you have now. What else? Once you learn how to manage your digital currency, there is a lot of FOMO happening in the NFT market. You do not have to FOMO. It's much better if you spend the time to understand how the technology works, what it all means, what ownership means. It's not just right-click save JPEGs. Anyone can display any picture in your home, in your own personal home. But if you want to sell the picture, that's where the ownership comes in. So these kind of things take a while to understand. And there are a lot of cheap NFTs around. CryptoVerse is one of them. So you can get some NFTs for $100, and you start enjoying it, appreciating it, use it as your avatar, get ready for the metaverse, because you'll have all these NFT avatars that you'll be interacting with, and some of them may even be AI bots, or don't know. Crypto is a steep learning curve. NFTs is just one form of crypto. While you have ERC20 tokens or Ethers, the common Bitcoins, NFTs is another form of the ownership of something on the digital blockchain. I don't know.
All right, so take it slowly. That's the idea. So to recap, once you've learned how to get hold crypto, you go to a marketplace, you find the NFT that you like, you connect your wallet, you have to have that token in your wallet to buy the NFT, then you make a bid or purchase. All right, we're gonna put these steps on Twitter for you guys. So how about storing the NFTs, Ray? How important it is to learn how to manage your digital property and keep them safe?
Yeah, I think Boki sort of started touching on it a little bit as well, but I guess the first point there is, I think that's probably one of the areas that we as people building in the space can really still improve. I know for new people coming in, it can be quite daunting. There's a lot of new things to learn, and I think we should probably try focus on that as a crypto community, making sure we have like good tools, good guides, and also good infrastructure to get these new people in. In terms of what you can do as an individual, I guess there's a few things to sort of brush up on. Most importantly is probably just like basic good operational security. The thing is, you don't actually have to be the best at security. You probably just have to be better than anyone that's low hanging fruit. So, you know, things like being careful of malicious emails, not following any links on Discord, stuff like that will get you a very long way. Good password hygiene is another thing. Once you sort of get deeper into the space, things like key management become important. So I guess there's sort of like two ways I like to push this. If you just have a couple $100 that you want to experiment with, having a MetaMask, which is just like a plugin for any browser, and storing your private key or your seed phrase in like a password manager or locally with you is not bad. But once you sort of advance past that, you know, a couple of $100, you're starting to get into the ecosystem. Things like hardware wallets become pretty important. So this is just a tool that basically it will store your private key for you. You don't have to ever worry. It's isolated from your computer. So if someone does get into your computer, your keys are still protected. I think those are pretty important. But as Bocky touched on, I think if you are new, taking it slow is also really critical. There's no need to dive into having a ledger or some other hardware wallet and going to the extremes straight away. Starting nice and simple, brush up on your security, and then go from there with a couple of $100 is probably the best way to do it. Absolutely.
Dan, Bocky mentioned that he's an Ethereum maximalist. I know Ray also is directly working in Ethereum projects, but then you are involved in a lot of different projects. So what is happening outside of the Ethereum ecosystem with NFTs in particular?
Yeah, I think it's important to, first of all, maximalism is for me in the metaverse world is a little bit akin to nationalism. And it's something that I'm not particularly keen on, but I know that Bocky is joking. He's not a maximalist. He's just an amazing builder that is so deep in the Ethereum rabbit hole. So is enjoying it so much that there's no need to jump into too many other rabbit holes, I suppose. Yeah. So for me, I'm a multi-chain maximalist, I suppose, in the sense that I believe in pluralism. So I think that it's really interesting to see how NFTs in the days of 2017, actually Bocky was the guy that showed me the punks and how to interact with the punk contract back in the Mist browser days. So that was probably the first NFT I had. Since then, I think that what we're seeing now a lot, whether it's the rise of OpenSea and the kind of like copy pasta, 10K copies of a avatar, which many of them are really awesome and everything. But these are kind of like a little bit like, oh, let's do an ICO in 2017. So in 2021, it's like, let's do a 10K copy of some generative art. Stuff that I'm seeing, I see like a lot of the basic things in several other ecosystems, whether it's Algorand or Polkadot, Kusama. Something that I think is really interesting personally for me with the Substrate ecosystem, the Kusama Substrate ecosystem, is that they are looking at standards that are not experimented with before, and things that are kind of converging a lot of DeFi properties into NFTs. So we're now incubating a project that is a specialized parachain. So parachains are like a layer one chain that is typically specialized on one use case, whether it's DeFi or NFTs or communication, data querying, whatever. So we're incubating a project that is specialized on metaverse related primitives. So they're looking at how we can create markets embedded into NFTs. So every NFT would basically have a augmented bonding curve to it, so that it's by virtue of launching it, you're already having the fractionalization capabilities, and you don't need to go through some third-party apps. It's basically a part of that new standard. So to me, these are the really exciting things to see, how you take all this learning that has been done in these past few years, whether it's DAOs, DeFi, and NFT, and start creating new baselines, new kind of starting points, and make more interesting stuff out of it, I suppose. So I think one thing to keep in mind, besides the technicalities of how to like either right-click save a JPEG or buy it off of OpenSea. By the way, I actually right-click saved recently an NFT because the buyer was, I think they just launched it and disappeared. And I really liked the durian cat, and so I had to right-click save it. But I think besides that, it's really interesting to understand that NFTs are internet culture, right? Or metaverse culture, right? And then being open-minded to see that, just like if we're looking at the world and you have like Oriental culture or European culture or indigenous culture from Aboriginals, also in the crypto world, you see how those things represent different cultural items and cultural trends in those different ecosystems, right? So it's really interesting for me to see that. The nearpunks, for example, actually are, again, like every ecosystem has to have a punk set. The nearpunks, I think, caught on as like its own little niche and community. Yeah, these are the things that I'm looking at.
They all sound amazing. And there's also the bastards, which Bok is heavily involved with, minting bastard bodies and bastard accessories and other things. Boki, tell us a little bit about what have you been up to? Because you're one of the most busy people in the NFT space in Australia.
Currently, I'm trying to build a decentralized NFT exchange to compete with OpenSea. And the nice thing about the open blockchain is that I can produce this and set it as 0 fees because the engine just runs on the Ethereum computer. But yes, this exchange, decentralized NFT exchange, would be quite interesting because I've built in some features where people can add multiple orders. I want to buy any NFT from a collection for 0.3 ethers, and you can easily put those sort of orders in. Whereas in OpenSea, you have to go to each token and add your orders. So other things that you can do with this NFT exchange is that you can bulk execute orders and you just pay the net difference. So all the amounts get sorted out in the smart contract, and you can do wonderful things with this. Previously, you would need flash loans. So you borrow a large amount of ethers and then you execute a whole lot of transactions and you finalize it at the end. Yeah.
So and you're building a decentralized NFT exchange. Does that mean that in the future people can trade NFTs from different blockchains with each other?
Well, it can be deployed on different blockchains, but for me, there's only one main blockchain. And people who are interested in deploying NFTs should look at the layer 2s of Ethereum because it inherits the security from the Ethereum blockchains. When you look at other blockchains, you are enriching some corporations or some individuals too much. So it's not a long-term. It's not a long-term solution. If you want your NFTs, right, are super cheap titles if you think about it, because once you buy your NFT, the ownership title, it's going to be there for 100 years, 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years until you transfer it. So you can pass it down all your generations and it's cheap. Whereas, your housing, your real estate registry, that requires so much energy. And if you think about what blockchains are, it's a convoluted structure of signatures. And your NFTs, it's like a spreadsheet where you have to sign before you can move your contents in the spreadsheet. Yeah. So layer 2, Ethereum.
All right. I personally think that we should look into all blockchains. I'm a multi-chain person, as is Dan. I minted an NFT of my profile pic for this fest and using Algorand, and that was very easy and cheap to do. So I will tell people to go and have a look as well. As we get into the pointy end, Ray, what are you working on? Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, sure. I guess going off the back of that L2 chat, I'll sort of talk a bit about what we're doing with Tracer on Arbitrum. Not necessarily NFT related, but the way we've been using NFTs lately is more of a community tool. So Tracer itself is a decentralized derivatives protocol. So we're building out the financial infrastructure for basically any derivative that can be made. So we've recently launched on Arbitrum, the L2. We were tossing up Arbitrum versus Optimism, ended up going with Arbitrum, and it's been very smooth so far. So yeah, we are running on Arbitrum currently, which has been a great experience, like Bocky touched on. So much cheaper than ETH mainnet, but you still sort of inherit the properties of ETH mainnet, which is great. In terms of the NFT side of things that we've been utilizing there, I'm sure POAPs have got a shout out heaps today. We found that a great tool. So anyone building a community, it's pretty amazing what having that tokenized attendance can actually do for people that are keen to partake. Even if it's just proof of, I was at this, like one of the first few community calls. People love that sort of involvement, and that I think like the inner collector in everyone comes out, that they want to show that they were part of something in the early days. So we've been leveraging that as a community tool, which has been really great. But yeah, if anyone is interested in DeFi derivatives, we're looking to also take derivatives into the NFT game, which not too many people have targeted yet. So yeah, there's a little alpha leak. There might be stuff coming in that area soon. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're working on.
Awesome. Dan, last words.
Yeah, just as Bocky was saying, get your cheap NFT, whether it's on a layer 2 like Arbitrum. Actually, there's a really cool, maybe to give a shout out, there's a really cool Arbitrum NFT from some Aussie guys called Yabby Dabbies. Actually, this is my current Telegram and Twitter NFT. So just go get a Yabby Dabby. That would probably be a good starting point.
Awesome. And I guess my current Discord avatar is in Bastard, which is a project that I really like, but I'm also getting into the Alguanas, which, every ecosystem is coming up with these amazing ideas and projects, and it's really cool to see. I don't think we have time for questions. So thank you, three, for being here today. I really appreciate your time, and back over to you, Greg.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Adriana, I'm doing my Greg impersonation. I'm youthful.
Recording stopped.
Exuberance. Thanks, Adriana. And thank you.
Recording in progress.
What I'd like to make the point about that panel, Adriana in particular as well, these are very generous people with their time. And Adriana builds communities, as does Bocky. Has done it for years. It's fantastic. Daniel Barr is out there consistently trying to get people into projects to give it consideration. And Ray and Mycelium have been terrific. Jake Denny, who isn't on the calls today, but behind the scenes here, we're just bringing people together. So that's what today was largely about. So thank you all on that side. Jeremy has reached out to me post the NBL conversation that we had in the sporting side, and he's mentioned that if you want to pitch him, they're putting an RFP out. So we'll put the email in the chat. So their RFP will go out. So if you think there is something that you can do to get the NBL on the map there, then reach out there as well. I'm super excited about having David, you participate in this. He was very quick again, and thanks, David. We reached out, and within about a minute, you said, "Sure, I'll do it." And you know, that was fantastic for us. It gave us some real momentum. This morning, David and Vivi put a tweet out, and he broke our website. So I love that combination that says it went out. He said to me, a few people are paying attention, and sure enough, at about 7 o'clock this morning, for a few minutes we panicked as the website went down, but it was fantastic. You know, people just surged towards this conversation. So I'll push into some Q&A with David once he's sort of finished his bit. But David, I'll get you to introduce yourself, and you know, the really high level side. I'll just point out that David's story is incredible. He was so early in this, and he was saying things in 2019 and 18 which he could deliver today as a conversation, and it would be as relevant. And so it says something about early. David, appreciate your time, and I'll leave it with you.
Hey, Steve, thanks for having me on. So good morning or good evening, wherever you are. Just give you a little bit of picture of what we do here. I'm David, co-founder and CEO of Phoebe. We're basically a mobile-friendly home to the premium NFT digital collectible. We give users easy access to NFT digital collectible in palm of their hand through their mobile device. We offer our fans end-to-end solution, and the journey allows them to use the phone and participate in the fandoms. We believe that everyone is a fan of something, whether if you like to a comic hero or an action superhero from the movie. And the beauty about our NFT is that you use your mobile, project it out, and you get that AR aspect where you can stand next to your favorite superhero and basically upload it to your social channels and share. And if you miss out one of our drops, you can scroll through our marketplace and participate in the secondary market and purchase what you're missing. And Steve, that's basically a quick, 30-40 second introduction of what we do here. Yeah, so if you want to fire away any questions, I'm definitely here for you.
Happy to do it, David. I guess on the point I made just coming in here, you saw it early, right? So, if people Google what you were talking about in 2018 and 2019, you were making observations which are timely today. Tell us about that backstory, because you are the classic overnight sensation. You're the classic 25-year overnight sensation. Can you give people that context of what it was that brought you in here? Because I think a lot of people are coming at the front end now, the technology laden. You've come from the licensing and the brand perspective. So give us that backstory on how that came to pass.
Yeah. So the whole background of myself has been in the gaming industry since '97. I'm very into the physical retail dominant. I bought in trading card games, tabletop board games, miniature games, what have you not. I started up a chain store in '97 as I left school. And I really, and I was in the very forefront of bringing in, card games like Pokemon, Magic, Warhammer into New Zealand down here and up in Asia. And that really resonated, to what I'm doing today in our business, and really understand that fandom, why people want to get into games, why people want to collect things, and play with these things and collect them, most important. And what was once a very nascent industry in the trading card business or tabletop has become a mass market product. Everyone knows about the Pokemon cards, Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh! All these brands, has resonated one way or another, especially when you grow up with them, or even comics, video games. I grew up with having a Game Boy, and I move on, to television type of video games at home. So all these things really all is about branding, and you grow up with these brands. You live through. And, I'm a huge collector myself, so that really resonated with me, why we build Phoebe and why we believe that NFT, these digital collectibles, is relevant to us today.
And talk to me about that brand piece, David, because I saw again doing the research, you put, I think, was it Bentley on a stroller? It was a video where you used to talk about the power of brands and what people associate things with. So I like that brand story first, because the reality of a lot of conversations that I have, when businesses come in, they think they're missing a particular skill set, and often relates to things that are their own property, their own sort of brand. So talk to me a little bit about that brand ethos more broadly.
Yeah, so Steve, a major important thing about branding is that brands want to stay relevant, and the importance of what they are. Brand conveys their brand message and their value and what it stands for. So it's quite important for every company to stay relevant. But obviously there are always that boundary, you over advertise or you over brand yourself, and it become irrelevant, and people just go, well, it's just another brand and another advertising. And really, brand is like a character in a way, is it creates oxygen to lives, into people. I mean, like I mentioned before, when I see something that relates to me, when I grew up watching it, whether it's a cartoon from the 80s or 90s, it's meaningful for me. And kids today, there's something else that's very important for them. So for having these brands to stay relevant is very important, and how we revive these brands. And that's why we see many franchise of movie, they're up to 8 seasons, or, and they continue down, because it is important for them to keep improve, be more creative, and that really just adds life and oxygen into that.
And so it brings me to the nuts and bolts of the business you've built, David. Licensing, that's a lot of your experience, is understanding what licensing and licensing rights look like before they've moved into now this digital realm, that physical world. Talk to me about what licensing looks like with the brands that you've historically worked with, and you should flex, because the list of brands you work with is incredible. Those relationships are hard won, no doubt. But talk to me about the licensing frameworks and how you deal with the kind of businesses and the studios and the like that you do.
Yeah, I mean, especially the industry that we're in today, in digital realm, it's very, very still in the scene, and definitely in the NFT side of them. Obviously, a lot of them are very gun shy when you talk about, we want to bring your asset into a blockchain or NFT or digitalize it, send it out. They get nervous, because you do have to understand these companies have been creating these content throughout their whole life. If you combine them, there's thousands, if not hundreds, of years of content that people have collectively created in some of these studios. So taking it off them and licensing of them, they're going to be very protective. And certainly, at the beginning, when we start knocking on doors in 2018 or even earlier, having the phone call discussion is pretty much, a no. I mean, no one even could understand how you can monetize, and anyone will want to purchase a digital character or NFT one way or another. It's, they just couldn't figure it out. But obviously, it's time to move on, and the blockchain word is being used more often than ever now. And a lot of our fans and a lot of our supporters out there think this business really just came in, like you mentioned, last 25 minutes, or 24 hours, we just become instant famous and people love the ad. No, it comes with tremendous hard work in education and allowing them to understand the business of fandom. Licensing is about mixing the two together. If you're just taking someone's intellectual property and not being creative on it, there's actually not much point. We're about premium product. We want to bring the best of what we do and representing them, and really to do a storytelling. Once you own one of our collectibles, it does more than just, it's a, some people might go, well, just a gift or a movie file. We want to create more than that. And the power of fandom is what our whole business is about.
Well, one more question then on the issue of licensing then, David. how are the studios, how are these businesses viewing it? You get exclusive rights with respect to particular elements, because obviously hard to own those relationships entirely. How are they looking at parting those things out?
Yeah, so licensing is a very intricate business. Number one, in digital world, no one do exclusive. Obviously, you know, it's like saying I give you exclusive rights to publish our film only in one channel. It's not going to work, because the problem is if you don't do a good job for them, they don't have other ways to expand. And licensing is similar to how we done traditional. You have a lot of t-shirt company making t-shirts for different parts of the world, for different region. But obviously over licensing some product or, you know, brands is going to devalue them. We're in the fandom collectible business where our licensors understand that the integrity of that collectible, of that image, can only be used X amount of time. Obviously, if you give every single person out there the same type of license, you're going to be overexposing it. And that collectability and that fandom, you know, it will resonate with collector. People will just go, well, it's not very collectible. It's not very unique. You know, we tend to live in a society in the world that we want to have scarcity and uniqueness. And that's one of the things that brand partners understand that. And yeah, I mean, a lot of them do trial multiple licensing programs. And, you know, we don't seek exclusivity. What we do is we do the best what we can in the field that we are in, and we deliver that to our fans.
I'll come to the incentives in a minute, David. The question before that, from my perspective, is the way that the brand's also looking at the IP protection side of things. They must still be very scared, right? I mean, for the most part, when you talk to businesses, whether they're inside creative and fandom or otherwise, they'll say, but someone can just copy it on the internet, someone can just rip it off on the internet. What's your position? What's the position you put about where that sort of lives?
Yeah, definitely. Creativity is one thing, and you know, brand value is the other one. They see how powerful their brand is, and they see counterfeit products out there, and we see piracy product in the physical world of today. So digital obviously is harder to control, and you know, it's more meaningful for them, you know, to ensure that they have ways to control these. And some of the things that we do in our company is ensuring that security aspect, encryption, you know, and, you know, how we, you know, taking that beautiful 3D image, how we resize it so people can just download it and print it out on their 3D printer. So brands are very, very careful, and especially with the studios. And we're talking some of the largest studios that we are working with. And, you know, we continue, it's one of the everyday talking that, you know, how secure is these assets? You know, some of the stuff that we are getting on our hands are movies or TV series that hasn't been aired or it's coming out in the near future, and to start working on these assets. So security is not just on the front end, the security is who they partner with to work with. Obviously, they need to feel very comfortable to you know, to working with projects.
Dave, can you mention a couple of those brands? We'll come to some of the specific things, because again, for those that don't know you, and there are many that do, we're not talking about unknown brands. What are 3 or 4 of the brands that you're working with?
So some of the tier 1 brand that we are working with, and we have produced digital NFT products, will be number 1 will be DC and Warner Brothers. Some of their physical statue, we have brought it into a digital realm. We have done works with Marvel, which we have brought out not just 3D figurines. We have trial new product like the blind box experience, how you can bring that physical content feel into the digital. And we also have brought out comic book recently. It's been pretty big hit. People love it. Apart from owning, you know, just a comic cover, you can read through these comics. We do have a e-reader inside, allow you to read the pages, zoom in, you know, really be part of that screen time. And more important is that you can AR. We have Universal Pictures, I think we recently launched our Star Trek with Firecon CBS. We have Sony, we've done Ghostbusters, and we've got plenty more other products coming out from that series. And we also have second tier brands where it's more niche, more, culture driven in one way or another, and we've got a lot coming. But we have a whole category of artists. And this is an area that I'm very passionate about, owning my own shops and having my own collection of artwork. Final Toys, we brought in artists. I think this week we're releasing a new series from Frank Kozak. Last week we did Ron English. We got Simone from Tokidoki. We got Jermaine Rogers, and in fact, he messaged me before I come on the show when the next series coming out. We're going to be exhibiting in DCon, one of the world's largest design con, where fans and artists basically come meet together and drive that whole creativity. So, we just really at the nascent. And what we are trying to do is bringing that physical element to how you would, replicate that in the digital realm.
It's interesting for me, David. I mean, the brands you just mentioned are household names, obviously. And a lot of the conversations we have, people think the tech hasn't arrived because they buy into this narrative that says it's not ready, it's this, and you are proof positive that it's arrived, that the biggest businesses in the world recognize the value of their brands and what they're looking to do. On another series of questions here for me, incentives, because incentives are driving this ecosystem at the moment, right? So talk to me about some incentives. Talk to me about what authenticity means as an incentive in the ecosystem, given that you have an absolute love for the physical goods. You start from running a shop and selling these things. Talk to me about what authenticity does to drive behavior.
Well, yeah, the authenticity is obviously in our whole entire history of ownership, from proof of house, from proof of ownership of car, everything. It's always been paper. So really, I mean, the blockchain is just proof of ownership on digital space. It is, and the incentive behind this, it doesn't need to be just rewarding. It's more of a validating. I mean, we live our whole entire history now as, especially in today's world, it's all really, peer-to-peer pressure, a bit of validating goes on. People love to know the provenance, and people love to know that I do own this. It's becoming more of a transparent ecosystem in our day-to-day. Do we trust the system? Do we trust what you say to us? In digital realm right now, you can easily Google the things, you can find things out, but it's provenance so important. I mean, that's why you go to university. At the end, you get a proof of you got this education. It's pretty much the utility out of that is that, and how you use it afterwards. So it is very important that you have the right, provenance and collectible, especially. So in digital, 100%, no doubt about it. People want to know, well, it's not just another ripoff or something. And at Vivi, what we do something a bit different is that all the collectibles that we issue out, when you bring it back into our ecosystem, using our ecosystem, shall I say, you have the augmented reality aspect. So, once the market get more and more mature, because, our business is moving into like layer 2 Ethereum, you will be able, soon we'll start practicing allowing these mass market products to go out the ecosystem. When they bring them back in, they know it's a real one being issued by us because the AI aspect function is there. You get to see that collectible standing there rather than, I don't know if it's been another ripoff or another fork or anything of something. So, we wanted to do, it's almost like putting that hologram sticker on that t-shirt or that baseball cap that you own to prove that is the authenticity of it.
And I'll take the other end of that spectrum, which is obviously price, David. I mean, people are, aping in and out and, secondary markets. Tell me how you view that space again of, you speak often about the fact, in a lot of respects, you don't have to, and you often don't look at the price, you love the product itself. But for those that are doing that, what are you seeing in the ecosystem at the moment that is that incentive being driven by FOMO?
Yeah. Number one, secondary market is driven by purely supply and demand. And the metric of evaluating that business is purely, from our company point of view, is that any collectible company's job is to make one less collectible than what the demand is or the market can handle. But at the same time, we look at our collectibles, and some of them has gone, extremely high value. And it's because people value things very differently. Like I mentioned to you on one or two calls before about the emotional value, the attachment to that. So someone is prepared to pay a higher price. And, when you mention, people are fear of missing out, I reckon people have a desire of collecting and they want to complete the sets. They want to own that. But that doesn't mean as a company, and our supplier often asks us, well, that collectible you're selling for X amount of money is now going 15X. Does it mean you have priced it wrong? No, we haven't priced it wrong. It's just that we have a global reach of that audience. Before, when you launch something in physical good, the logistic, the postage, the supply chain is a challenge. So people don't buy it as much. Now we have a global audience, can sit on the bed or sit on the couch, press a button on the phone, the NFT get delivered to you. You can augment it out. It's down there. And, I tell you, the fandom out there, I tell you, the emotional of the fandom, the community is exceptional. And that's what any brand and any business will love to do, is to build that.
And David, connect those dots then for people. I think, when you think about the comics side of it and people's absolute love for the comic product, are we talking about, I said, again, on the researching side, you're talking about comics in the digital realm mimicking or having similar qualities to the ones in the real world, the traditional sort of setting, the tactile nature, you can sort of read through it, and the prospect that if you read through it, you might somehow impact the value of it, the purer version of the product, the seal that's not broken digitally, having some value. Let's talk about how that works. That to me is a fascinating idea.
One of the things for us is about how we continue to build collectability. And, we come up with many, many ways. And one of the major things is not about what you love, it's how you love it. It's how you love this, for example, the digital comic, how you love that new experience that we are providing you to read it and engaging. So for us, it's about how do we bring that, that trust, number one, and number two is how we can retain that collectability. As we all know about digital collectibles and digital items, they don't degrade. They always stay the true value and what it looks like when you last saw it. And, we want to experiment in different products. It could be comic is one area that we're looking at. When you flip through your comic 100 times, your pages start to get creased a little bit. We want to come up with ways and new ideas to create scarcity and in a way in blockchain or crypto, what we call it is really how we burn that and how we make those common things that once we minted, 30,000 copies, how we can reduce that to have perfect, unread, graded. I mean, I'm a huge comic collector, and most of my comic now, if not all of them, a majority of them are in plastic cases. I don't actually even touch it. I don't even let it out on the sunlight. It's hidden in a box under the table with boxes over on top of it, so it doesn't even breathe. In summertime, I ensure the air cons turn on. Why? Because you don't want that product to be oxidized. And that's how, and we want to add a little bit of element on how do we do that in digital and how we can bring that aspect of it. We thought about in our digital world that we could have a black hole, where people just basically donate and burn these collectibles that they don't need, or they want to reduce this, increase the scarcity of it.
That's right for me. I love the notion of delayed gratification for people that says, don't touch it, save it for the kids, hand it to the kids, and say to the kids, you're disinherited unless you make sure this thing is never unsealed. So that for me as a technological way, I think it helps connect the dots for people. A few questions in the weeds for some people probably. Talk to me a little bit about the layer 1, layer 2 situation now, and sort of the migration for you, how that's developed in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, technology always evolve. Every 6 weeks, 6 months, we're integrating into what we call a layer 2, and basically, as you understand, it's in the decentralized ecosystem. A layer 1's a network refers to a blockchain, while layer 2 protocols are really a third-party integration, or we refer to as overlayer network that we can use in conjunction with layer 1. So it gives us the flexibility on few main things. Conduct multiple microtransactions without wasting time with other miners or verifications, and paying unnecessary transaction fee. And what we wanted to do is to ensure that the environmental impact is very clean, green energy. So it has always been our #1 mandate on day one when we bought into this collectible realm.
From that perspective, David, the follow-on question, we know that Senator Bragg mentioned it earlier in the day, the issue of the environmental impact, and it is something that is omnipresent for people when they're looking at this space. How have you approached that issue?
Yeah, early this year, we have put together, and we are still in a work in progress. We have put a fund out there basically to help other projects and other environmental sectors to, and we're not looking just energy, we're really looking at the environmental impact as a whole. So we have a grant to help projects to do this. And, #2 is really about what we do. We want to be as clean, green as possible ourselves. And hence, this is why this layer 2, we really believe is a way to solve, especially with company where we're going to be transacting in hundreds of thousands, if not millions per years of transaction. The speed, the energy power that we use, it's a major sector. And one other thing is that our licensors, a lot of them are toy manufacturers, or they're licensed to other industry. They are becoming more and more aware that the toy industry, the plastic that they created, and this is one of our strategy with them, working hand to hand, is to foster them into this digital realm, with a greener option. And a lot of them are doing very well. I mean, they see great impact, and as we all know, in most company out there these days, we have some sort of green environmental missions, and we're hoping we're leading that way. But I can tell you, the amount of NFT collectible we have minted in the toy. If you think about all these toys, we have saved containers, if not shipping containers, full of physical plastic toy removed off from the factories.
So I guess from that question, given that you were the Oracle in 2018 and 2019, David, where are we going? I mean, give me that future vision. Tell me about the metaverse. Tell me about VR and where that general direction is heading.
Myself and my co-founder Dan, we always dream while building this business out. How far can we push this ceiling? How far can we take this into? We are extremely excited on wearable device, this mixed reality. We really do believe that one day you're going to put on your glasses, you're going to see digital, figurines behind me in my house, digital artwork that is not there physically. But one thing that we're more excited than ever is, the metaverse. I think in 2018 or 2019, we trademarked CryptoVerse. Basically, it's the equivalent to the metaverse that you're talking about. And going down to the metaverse, you know, a lot of people think, you know, it's going down to a different type of rabbit holes. There's many type of metaverse, you know, from gaming, from, you know, what Facebook will be bringing out. What we be bringing out is, once again, it's a very different product. You know, we more about community. Our business is about the fandoms, that the people who have built our business, the community together, and that's what we're going to be building in our metaverse. We really do believe that you will have your true representation of what you want in the physical world, but in the digital realm. So our world, our metaverse is going to be quite exciting, and you're going to see your day-to-day living brands that you breathe and you own, and bringing those brands into the metaverse is something that we want to see.
And I can see Kelsey's trying to get onto for the next thing, so it gives me one more question to ask you, David. Tell me about the bond product. I mean, surely there's so much pent-up demand with respect to that brand.
Yeah, we're very excited to working with MGM, Eon, United Arts Picture, and with all the other brands around the bond. I mean, it was a very extremely hard work. We're super excited. I mean, obviously, it's one of our most favorite film, and we, you know, the excitement, it's beyond, you know, how I can imagine. I mean, it was very hard that we had to keep a tight lip and all the asset that we got. We were very fortunate to see, you know, to work with such a talented company. And I think the first NFT drops is on 1st October US PT time. And, you know, that drop expands for a whole month. We've got different things. We've got great programs and different series coming out. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the first day-to-day. You got the, you know, NFT coming out with a blockbuster film, especially one of the longest running franchise film out there. So very excited, you know. I hope everyone will love it.
No, thank you, mate, and thanks for coming back from the future to talk to us about what's happening over there. Very grateful for your time, David, and you're very generous in relation to participating in this event. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
Pleasure. Kelsey.
Recording stopped.
Get me a little bit of
recording in progress.
If you can turn on your camera, I like being right on time. I'm going to hand over to you and another all-star panel. Thanks, Kelsey.
Awesome. Do I have my panelists here with me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Hi. Oh, there we go. Hello. Is Sean here and Jonathan as well? I can see a list.
Here.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Here,
okay.
Yeah,
now I can see all your faces.
I'm here.
Beautiful. Well, let's get straight into it then. So welcome everyone to this 2:30 p.m. session entitled Not Your Keys, Not Your NFTs. My name is Kelsey Nabin. I'm a researcher at RMIT University Blockchain Innovation Hub, as well as a board member at Blockchain Australia. And I'm delighted to be joined today by Journey Lee from Nansen AI, Paul Gerhardt from Kongland, Jonathan Hooker from Holon Global, and Sean Dudley from Animoca. Welcome, everyone. So I think to frame the discussion, Not Your Keys, Not Your NFTs really refers to the kind of well-known Bitcoin slogan about not your keys, not your coins. And we want to traverse a couple of main points here. So the first was actually brought up in the technical panel slightly earlier today, and they started talking about this idea of metadata, and someone actually mentioned not your metadata, not your NFTs. So first, I'm really interested in data persistence and touching on that. And the second that was actually mentioned on that panel is around operational security. And for this conversation, that really includes secure key management as well. And so with so much value in these things and so much transparency in public blockchain networks, how do you secure your NFTs? And so with that question, I'm going to throw to Journey from Nansen AI to tell us a little bit more about what data is actually available on a public blockchain network and what can be known about who owns the NFTs. Journey.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Kelsey, for your question. So yeah, as you mentioned, there's a lot of transparency on public blockchain. We can look at who is doing what on chain in terms of the tokens, NFTs they're buying and selling at what price, right from the start of the smart contract being deployed. So at Nansen, we have actually labeled over 100 million Ethereum addresses, such as crypto exchanges, DeFi protocols, crypto funds, whales, and also celebrities who are using NFTs as their social media profile pictures. So you can really gain lots of insights into what people are actually doing on chain. And one of the most popular features on Nansen NFT dashboard is actually to show you the activities of notable buyers who are the more savvy and successful crypto investors. So you can also do your own due diligence and decide if you would like to copy their trading strategies. And speaking of notable buyers, I think we have to mention Pranksy, who's a very, very seasoned and successful NFT collector. So Pranksy has bought more than 15,000 NFTs, and he still holds 12,000 of them, including many popular NFT collections that probably many of you know, such as Art Blocks, CryptoKitties, Sandbox Land, World of Women, and Pranksy has also been topping the profit leaderboard for a very long time. He has made over 4,000 ETH in profit, which is around 12 million US dollars at the moment, just by buying and selling NFTs.
That's quite incredible insights. And I think even the amount of people that you've been able to match kind of identities to NFTs is quite interesting. And I guess that brings us to this question about secure key management around the ownership of these assets. So Paul, I'd love to hear from you in terms of, as part of this kind of metaverse play and dabbling with NFTs yourself as part of Kongland, how are you guys addressing key ownership in relation to NFTs?
Yeah, so I think one of the ways we think about it is what is the root of trust for these systems? What is the core foundational mechanism from which we establish a known truth and then build up layers of trust on top of that? And with computers, that starts with the boot up process, and that starts with where you have your root signing key. So traditionally with something like an iPhone, you have a root chip that validates that the most basic mechanism that you're using to boot up that computer is matches the code that you said that you signed on there. And this concept is called in semiconductor engineering is called a secure element. So our focus for the past 12 years is how we can create secure elements that have a mix of properties that allow them to be very fungible, so you can trade them amongst people, but also can be authenticated either on chain or attached to physical assets. And it's a fairly challenging problem because you don't want these chips to be reprogrammable. You actually want them to act like a real fingerprint and be assigned at birth or at genesis. So we went down this road of trying to solve this problem in a number of verticals. So we started in 2007 solving this for door locks, and transitioned this in 2015 to this project called the DAO with Ethereum, which was nominally created by a sub-venture called Slockit, and we were manufacturing the door locks for that venture. And as the space has matured and we've kind of had this formation of ERC20s, we've transitioned those chips to be able to store ERC20s or fungible tokens. So one of the more fun projects we made was actually minting cash instruments that had physical secure element chips on there and had a face value, so you can authenticate that this cash instrument that you have normally printed in your basement that would be very sketchy actually has the value of the tokens stored on there. And then as NFTs began to get more popular, we scaled the capability of that silicon to work with ERC 721s, which have slightly more nuanced properties as far as the metadata around owning and ownership. And we think of it more like a title for ownership, so or a deed. So how you would have a title for high value goods like your property or your car, but now you can essentially have titles issued for all of your assets, particularly high net worth assets like virtual goods or physical goods. And the core mechanism we enable there is actually being able to bridge a smart contract title with a physical asset in a way that it can't be cloned or it can't be duplicated, and you can attest that it's authentic. And there's no solutions on the market that tick a number of the essential properties of that up until we figured out an approach here. So we thought this good shouldn't be something that is a private company. It should actually be a commons, and we've created a new entity to maintain that commons. So traditionally, states maintain commons for their participants. So we created a new state. Well, myself and 131 of my mates have created a new state called Kongland to facilitate the maintenance of this commons of linking these virtual contracts to these physical assets, and the proceeds from that towards the development of more sophisticated silicon that is blockchain forward and crypto forward, as opposed to sovereign entity forward. And that we've launched over the past few years, starting with the cash and then now the sovereignty, and that's at Kong.land. So we're excited to be pushing that initiative forward.
Cool, that's a very interesting approach to key management, and props for getting the word mate in there and for joining quite late in your locale. Jonathan, I'd like to throw to you next in terms of some of the details around metadata. So Holon Global are participants in the IPFS ecosystem, and I'm very curious as to how IPFS as a content storage network relates to NFTs, and actually some of the kind of misconstrued assumptions as well about storing NFTs on IPFS, because I know that there's multiple ways to store and access content through the browser as well as running a node. And then my question is kind of who maintains that infrastructure in the long term?
Okay, cool. Thanks very much for inviting me today. I really appreciate it. So yeah, so Holon, we are the largest IPFS Filecoin kind of operator in Oceania. We're building out our cloud storage system over the next couple of years. So if we get to IPFS, realistically, today's data storage systems aren't really prepped for our verifiable, immutable internet of the future. Today, NFTs are built on very fragile data storage systems. So with an NFT asset, you really want to be able to sell that digital thing, that contract, so it has a unique address on the internet. IPFS solves this problem with a number of technologies called IPLD, CIDs, content routing. There's a number of things that are underneath IPFS, which gives a digital asset a digital fingerprint on the internet. So high level IPFS kind of imports, names, finds, and fetches data. This is really important when you're buying your NBA Top Shop cards. You want to be really important that that is the only one in the world and you own it, right? So with IPFS isn't persistent out of the box. Really, IPFS node, you have to run it, and then it uploads your data to that node. And anybody can run a node. That's really easy. But really, the founders of IPFS, Protocol Labs, they built a new network called Filecoin, which is persistent verifiable data storage. Now, you can actually get IPFS to be a persistent network by running it in a DAO structure, i.e., 50 or let's say 500 people around the world all run the same node, and you have this thing called IPFS cluster, and it makes sure all the nodes are in sync. That would be a persistent data network. So realistically, if you are storing NFT assets, what you really want is a hot CDN-like thing, which is IPFS in a DAO structure. And you really want a cold, immutable, verifiable backup system, which is Filecoin.
Got it. So I'll TLDR that for the audience. And you're saying that you want something accessible where people can send and receive content, and then you want a really robust backup. And IPFS is one way to do that, and including the Filecoin layer, which is the cryptocurrency kind of incentives for maintaining that storage, the storage of that content.
Yeah, so there's really three things at play. There's speed to download, there's persistence of the data, and cost to serve and store the data. And so you really got to think about those things as you kind of, as you think about verifiable, immutable NFTs.
Cool. Maybe we can come back to what sort of resources people can access when they're considering some NFTs to research this a bit in a bit more depth. Sean, coming to you, Animoca is focused on branded blockchain games and holds an NFT investment portfolio. How do you judge the reliability of an NFT's metadata? What are you looking for?
So one of the main benefits of blockchain, or at least like what we look for and what is useful for us is, and this is useful for everybody, so it's kind of understand that not only are the tokens on chain and the transactions on chain, but also the contracts where those tokens are coming from are also very visible, right? They're not always the most readable things, but there's kind of a format and understanding of what that means. And then I think kind of like for ourselves, we kind of also understand, or at least we're able to kind of, we make a choice as to what is valuable in regards to metadata, right? And I think like one of the things that, and it's the easiest thing, and it probably helped the fact that art blew up as it did, that people think metadata and they think it's the image, right? But that's not necessarily the case, right? The metadata is actually something that is generally not readable, or no one bothers to read it, but that is the immutable part. That's the part that persists. And it's basically saying, okay, as we come in and we kind of, if there are NFTs or people are building platforms that we're interested in, what is actually on-chain metadata? And usually that means, in the most basic term, it stores some form of map, right? So for example, the way that we have created NFTs in the past is that our token ID is essentially the metadata in a map form, right? Because the actual readable data is never, it's incredibly rare that there's ever any readable data on chain. It's just for us is interoperability and basically reinterpretation and abstraction of tokens in ways that you can kind of add value to an NFT from one ecosystem into another. And generally speaking, the visual part of the metadata that will persist is very rarely going to be the one that you visualize inside an alternate experience, right? So for example, if we wanted to add some form of functionality inside one of our racing games for axes, they wouldn't appear using the axis kind of visual format, right? It would be a completely separate rendering. But what we're doing is that we're looking at and utilizing the true metadata, which is what's on the token itself. And as there is more and more interoperability added, like the visual metadata is a part, an asset that is tied to the token. But the more important data, the stuff that people will be able to get more flexibility from, is truly what is on chain. Right. So I think one of the things for us is when we look at these projects, we look at, okay, what is on chain and what is kind of something that we can leverage as it being on chain. And I think as well, some of the things that we're interested in and what we're looking at is how some of the other blockchains, since we started moving and not developing so much on Ethereum, is how the kind of the expense of operations and applying certain things on chain has changed. Right. And I think some of the stuff that we think about what goes on chain, what doesn't, how is that interpreted, how is it visualized, is going to change as more chains kind of come into this space and say, okay, we're a blockchain that specializes in actually having readable on-chain data for you. And maybe you don't actually use that blockchain for all your transactions, but you use it for an aspect of what you're trying to run as a product, right? So mostly what's important to us when we look at stuff is obviously everybody has the benefit of looking exactly at what these contracts are when people are issuing tokens, but also what does it mean as having on-chain data? And we know it's not going to be the image. And I think it's important that everybody kind of understands that is the case, but there's a richness and kind of an integral part of the token that does exist on chain. It's just understanding what that is.
That's a fascinating insight about how NFTs will appear in other virtual spaces, so the interoperability play. And also, I know something that was mentioned earlier today was around the kind of collateralization or recollateralization of NFT assets, which is fascinating. Jenny, I can see you're nodding your head, and I guess from your dashboard purview, what trends do you think are driving NFT ownership?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think in general, more and more people start to recognize that NFT is a digital asset that they can, own and trade anytime from anywhere with almost anyone in the world. And buying an NFT is a way to support, the artist, musician, or sports person that you like. But at the same time, it's also to join a community that you enjoy hanging out with, or use an NFT as your social media profile picture.